Good morning, everyone. We'd like to start the meeting. If this is actually working. Welcome. Today is April 26th, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Acting Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, May 10th and May 24th. The first meeting in June will be the 7th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called in the orders they're signed in. We're going to go to Albany first, then Buffalo, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Please note there'll be no oral argument on any matter where a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. Matter of courtesy, please turn off your cell phones. Chairman, do you have any announcements?
No.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to Albany. The first item is 1006, JJA GQ Enterprises.
Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, members of the board, good morning.
Morning.
Morning. My name's Sean May with Lanann Fallon. I represent JJA GQ Enterprises. I'm here this morning with Glenn Nichols. This is a matter where an administrative hearing was held. The ALJ found that the charges were not sustained based on the Administrative Procedure Act Section 401 sub 2. And we just asked the board to accept the findings of the ALJ this morning.
So I think the ALJ did not sustain the charge. There was, I guess, a slight gap in when they should have been notified that they were operating under SAPA, or they could have been notified. And so I'll dismiss charge one.
The wrong EIN number, so
Right.
the renewal wasn't filled out correctly.
Okay. So I think that was part of the problem. Their EIN wasn't filled out correctly, so it wasn't as if your client wasn't partly responsible for what occurred. But given the circumstances, I'll dismiss the charge.
I'll dismiss the charge as well.
Thank you.
948, Lucas Bar and Grill.
Just state your name for the record.
My name is Tiffany Kroll, owner.
Lucas Kroll, owner.
So you had applied for a license at this location in October of 2012 and disapproved in March 2013, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so what factors have changed?
At the first time that we'd applied for our liquor license, we were not up and running for business. At this time, we are almost 2 years in running a restaurant solely. We've established a really good following for just our food services, and at this time we would like to be reconsidered to be able to add beer and wine.
Did you own the building or the business when all the underage sales occurred?
We
No.
did not.
But you were an employee, correct?
I was an employee, but prior to any of the issues that went on there, I was not there for 3 years prior to all that happening.
I mean, the problem I have with this is really just the location, and it's obvious that Union College has significant concerns, as does the Schenectady Police Department. I mean, they both, and we rarely hear from them, and they have both come and sent us letters indicating they don't want a liquor license there.
Yesterday, I did a little bit of running around to the issues of the police department and campus safety. Now, I don't know if the campus safety, they might have said something, but I think at our first application, because I went and spoke to Carl Hayden. He's a director at Union College, and he assured me that they have not sent anything out in the recent application. We actually get a lot of support from Union College, faculty and staff, supporting our food business.
Well, they did, in 2015, they were strongly against it.
I think, we acknowledge the fact that they are concerned for the safety of the students and having a liquor license at our establishment. But our biggest goal at this point is to have a different establishment. We are not looking to have a college bar. We're not looking to have the college students as our target audience at all. And we've taken, very extensive measures to make sure that, when we do open, if we do in fact get our liquor license, we would not have underage drinking there. We have purchased an ID scanner. We have
To
had
help.
to get licensed doormen. But our main goal is to have our restaurant, which we've had established now for 2 years, and just add beer and wine, not for a target audience of having a bar business.
What kind of restaurant is it?
It is almost like a gourmet pub. We have pizzas, calzones, specialty sandwiches. Everything is homemade.
Yeah, I'm looking at the past denial decision, and that was before Chairman Bradley and my time here, so it was a different board. Nevertheless, the reasoning that they gave, one of the points that they brought up was that the former licensee, Paul Licorat, was never disclosed, and also that his wife, I guess, owns the building and is the landlord of the current application premises. So there's just a lot going on here. You had $60,000 in that particular venture. There was an investment of $60,000 from Jamie Licorat, who was the landlord of the building, or is the landlord of the building, and then her husband, Paul, was the president and sole principal of the former licensee, who had 32 separate counts of sales to minors and amongst other charges, and that's why we can't revoke the license. And then both of you were very much, well, you were part of the operations, maybe not exactly at that time, but I have here that it says Mr. Kroll had held various responsibilities at the location from August 2000 to June 2011. And your birth date is 1986, so I guess ever since you were 14, you'd been kind of helping out in whatever capacity. And then Mrs. Kroll seems to have had 2 years of experience as a server at the premises as well. So the kind of interlocking, I guess, relationship between the two of you, the landlord's husband, who was the previously revoked licensee, and then your previous extensive experience working with them. Just, if you want to start a new business somewhere, then if you went to a different location, maybe. But given the history between everybody involved here, I just really, with all the concerns that we have with the police department and the college too, I just can't see approving this application.
Is there any way we can get letters of support to show that? We literally, the only involvement we have with the landlord is a rent check, money paid at the end of the
A
month.
financial relationship.
We know how
once
it looks
a month
on
at this
paper,
time.
but it's the complete opposite. Yes, I spend a lot of time there. I did start washing dishes there when I was 15, but the experience I learned from there was not the bad that it shows. I've actually learned a lot, and I think that's why our food business is succeeding from the positives I've learned, not the negatives.
We essentially learned what not to do, and I know how that sounds, but
No, and look, we're here to give people second chances, give people benefit of doubt, even, given that this is such a privilege to hold a license in this state, the fact that the first time around you had this $60,000 investment from the landlord leads me to believe, if you didn't have that and you came here with telling me that you've been operating for a couple of years, and yes, you had worked for them previously, but now you've learned what not to do. And if the landlord who had invested $60,000 previously wasn't the wife or the spouse of the previous licensee who was revoked, who you worked for, then I'd be here saying, okay, you know what? It's time to give you guys a chance. You've been operating for 2 years. But on paper, it looks like this, and that's what we have before us for the record. So I'm trying to find a way, but it would be very, I think, you know, if you're sitting where I'm sitting and looking at this record, it's very difficult to approve this.
Absolutely, and I acknowledge that, and I, definitely understand your concerns. I'm an Albany Med ER nurse, and I see, the horrific things that underage drinking and, drunk driving does, and, part of my time I do spend there, but while I'm at the restaurant, I can assure you that if we were to ever get a liquor license at this location, I would do everything in my power to prevent anything like that from happening, just because I see what it does on a daily basis, and I don't condone that. They just, if there's anything we can do to try to, fix the situation,
Yeah, no, I'm really, I'm sympathetic, and I really do want to try to give you a chance, but given the record, given the protest by the police department and the location of this premises, I just have to deny.
My concern is also the college and the police department. I realize that they haven't really weighed in on this particular application, but at the last one they were strongly against it, and Union College made a point of stating that they've seen their problems decrease since that bar was shut. So I'm going to vote to deny as well, based on what they see as a significant risk to their students.
Is there anything we can do moving forward, to help us out in the future? Is there any recommendations you have for us?
We don't generally give recommendations, so I can't really. You're obviously welcome to reapply at any time and bring whatever information you have, but we can't tell you what you have to do to get a license.
Right. No, I understand. I'm just trying to state my case that I have, we're nothing like the old landlord. We have nothing to do with him. We have a completely different business, and we just want to be able to show that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think if you can show more time operating the way you've been operating and showing separation of any investment and money from the previous licensee or his or her family, which I guess in this case is the landlord, then I think that might help your case. But as Chairman said, we can't tell you all the steps to get a license, but I think those would be positive steps towards getting one.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
941, SLC Enterprises of Plattsburgh.
Good morning, Commission. Stephen L. Carpenter, owner of Liquor Wine Warehouse in Plattsburgh, New York.
Okay. So you have a sale to minor offer of $7,000. I was actually willing to come down to $6,000 because of your history of cooperation. You've helped bust a large fake ID ring, and I'm happy to come down to $6,000.
I'll come down to 6,000 as well.
Okay.
Right, you had an offer. You gave us an offer of $7,000, so we've lowered it to $6,000.
Okay. And I'd like to let you know too that all the IDs we've caught, we've had hundreds of kids picked up, and there should be some prosecution once we picked up. And just in the last couple of weeks, Homeland Security came into me and actually approached me and asked for my IDs, which I have a stack of IDs we've been collecting and keeping, or they've been dropping off. And they were following a ring from New York City, mailing from China, a box of fake IDs, Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. They went to Albany, from Albany went to Plattsburgh. They have apprehended those individuals they were selling them to $200 or $300 per license, so it's very lucrative. But even on the ID scanner that we're all having throughout this different groups and buying them, those ID scanners, they've even hacked into those where it's showing an individual that's 23 years old, which is only 19. I just want to let you state the fact on that we're actually up against a tough wall with technology, and it's getting worse because of what's going on. They are looking into it, but when you have an ID scan and all the technology you have, and they still can bust through that and say they're of age, and you find out they're not through catching them in other ways, we have a tough battle.
Okay.
And,
By the way, there is technology that's advanced that will identify all those IDs you're talking about, but thanks for the info.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
1008 Hudson Valley Wine and Spirits.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner of the Board, Mayor Fakuri, attorney for the applicant, Hudson Valley Wine and Spirits.
Good morning, Musa Fakuri.
What?
Do we have any protesters? No.
we do not.
The visitors badge to get in.
I mean, in the protest letter that we received, there was mention of a number of stores nearby that opened and closed in the past couple of years. Dakota Wines, LaGrange Wine and Liquor.
They're significantly, I think LaGrange is the next town over. You know, growing up in Dutchess County and living in proximity to this area, they have little subsections. For example, if you go into Hopewell, it's a whole different location. But this one, LaGrange is, Commissioner, it's a whole different town over. I'm not too certain about the ones that closed. The only thing near us is, I think, a gas station, and across is a medical office, and then a lot of homes, residential homes.
What, do you have any information on the population in Hopewell Junction over the last 5 years?
You know, I tried to do a little research on that, Chairman Bradley. What happened was the census I got was 2010, and I think that was toward the end of the bubble. But I could tell you, in Hopewell itself, it's a very, very popular area, and Toll Brothers and a lot of residential housing has been gone up. You know, East Fishkill, Hopewell, Southern Dutchess.
Fishkill was, and the protester points this out as well, but Fishkill was a major IBM center and is not anymore, correct?
That's correct. And what happened was we had the global companies come in and take over those locations, and they're building.
I live in the area. I don't know that it's.
Okay. So you know, yeah.
I don't know that it's taken over much yet.
I know. We keep looking at the papers and trying to find out when they're going to start developing, but you know, I'm a resident of Southern Dutchess, and I could tell, you know, and as well as you know, I'm sure Southern Dutchess has been growing and has been booming for most of Dutchess County. I think Southern Dutchess is probably the most, in my opinion, popular growth. So again, the census I got was 2010, so I didn't want to give an inaccurate number to the board. But this location is definitely separate.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, looking at the location of this, and it's on Hopewell Junction, as are your nearest other licensee, 410 Route 376 Hopewell Junction, MDJ 2 Corp, which is
Yes.
1.4 miles away. And then we have another one on the other side, down south, Eric and Theodore E. Albert. And I think you're proposing to put your location kind of right in the middle.
Correct.
Okay.
This, you know, Commissioner Kim, this location again, it's a unique location because if you're not familiar with the area, Hopewell, it's off Clove Branch and 82. So if you go into town, where that one location on 376, it's a whole different area. It's like, you know, it's hard to explain. It's like going into a whole subsection of Hopewell. So when you're in the town of Hopewell, you know, there's stores, pizzerias, restaurants, plazas. This area is more, I know it's like right in the middle, but it's more toward like Clove Branch. It's a whole different section. So I don't, you know, the clientele shouldn't be, you know, they have their own clientele. Their whole section is a totally separate area. It's unique in its sense that it's in an area that you could definitely, there's a big distinction between both areas. And on the other side, it's actually in a plaza called Neshawat Plaza. Again, that's like a whole different area. If you have to be in that area to go to that liquor store or the restaurants or that road. So it's a very unique.
Hopewell Junction though must be kind of a well-traveled road, right? I mean, there's a lot of, yeah, and
yeah, Hopewell is a very, it's, you know, it's very unique because you have certain roads that will cut across and go to, for example, Route 9, which is a major road,
Right.
or the Taconic State Parkway, or, you know, to the Route 84, which cuts east and west. So when you say you're on 376, it's like a whole different area. Or if you say you're on Clove Branch, that's a whole different, it's almost like little townships. So, you know, I didn't foresee any, you know, given this specific area.
well, you live around there. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of different areas.
Yeah, and again, and as Chairman Bradley knows, he's from the area. It's unique in the sense that you can't really compare it to Manhattan or up north. You have specific little areas like in the town of Hopewell or outside skirts of Fishkill. So this location is definitely its own little area.
Well, you would know if it adds public convenience and advantage since you live up there.
Go ahead.
You can go first on this one.
And I see the sales of the four closest have all increased. There's 4 stores within 2.8 miles, one of which is a 10,000 square foot superstore, and that's the closest store. And given the increase in sales and the distance between the other stores, I'll vote to approve.
All right, I'll vote to approve on the same line of reasoning. Good luck.
I thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Okay, on to Buffalo. Thanks. 1012, J.K. Singh. And there is opposition.
Members of the board. Morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner, and members of the board. Attorney Anthony Pecoraro.
Sorry, and I think also the Keller Cellar 2016-1013, they share a common store.
Which number, I'm sorry?
It's 1013.
Yep, that's the Keller Group, Keller Cellar,
Yeah.
item 1013.
But I think J.K. Singh had filed first, so we will continue to hear from that applicant first. Do we have protesters? I heard we did.
Yes.
Okay, can we hear from the protesters first, please?
You can just step to the side. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Seema George, owner of Wine and Liquor Chateau, located in Williamsville. I'm a registered nurse who was working at ECMC full-time hours. I applied and was approved my license in 2014, and since then I decided to go part-time at the hospital and work full-time hours at my store in order to have a reasonable living and pay off my SBA loan. I continue to pay off my loan and have firsthand experience on how competitive this business is, especially in my surrounding area. I believe this community is being well served by very competitive stores. In just under a 3-mile radius, there are 4 highly competitive stores, and if you stretch that to 4 miles, there are more stores with larger square footage, including 2 premier stores. I believe the community of Gettsville has a variety of places to purchase their wine and spirits. I don't think that there is any consumer advantage in approving this license, but will only cause hardship on smaller stores around the area, including myself. I hope you understand my situation, and thank you for taking my protest under consideration.
Can I ask you a question? Emerald So Dying Hearts Fine Wine and Spirit, do you know if it's open?
It is open.
It is open, okay. Yeah, we didn't receive any numbers from them, so we're gonna send enforcement out.
Okay.
Do you know how big they are?
I'm not sure.
Are they bigger than your store?
No, they're smaller.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, they responded.
They did respond?
Hang on a second, check. Just making sure it's not scanned in the wrong one.
Okay, you can proceed.
I'm looking at the wrong one. Yep,
We
never
have
mind,
it?
never mind. Number is blurry.
Go ahead.
The location that's protesting is located on West Klein Road. That is one of the furthest locations from our proposed location. Within one radius mile, they're about 3.4 miles. Within one radius mile, the population is about 7,000.
Well, you'd say they're how far away? Because we have them at 2.3 miles.
Is it 2.3?
That's what we have, correct? But go ahead.
Within 3 radius miles, it's almost 68,000 people. The population is about 68,000. The traffic count on Millersport, where this property is proposed, is about 15,000 per day. The locations are really distinct. They're almost sub-geographic areas. The West Klein would not draw clients from Millersport Highway. They're just too distinct.
What is your client store going to add that and the protester gives 7 stores in a 3-mile radius? What's your store going to add to this that these people aren't supplying already? And some of these stores are 8,000, 15,000, or 25,000 square feet.
It really is a convenience factor. There is nothing on Millersport. The next closest would be North French, I believe.
Well, I mean, that argument to me doesn't carry any water. It's a driving community. So you're telling me that people aren't going to drive 2 miles to get alcohol?
It's not driving 2 miles. It's the convenience factor. This is Millersport. It has its own sub-bases. There's 15,000 cars that go by from Millersport every day. I mean, there's almost 68,000 people within 3 radius miles.
That all have cars. You're telling me that people from Millersport don't go into Amherst or they don't go to Williamsville?
No, sir. I've lived there most of my life. And if I was going to visit the West Klein store, I would not be visiting the Millersport store. The demographics are just different. I wouldn't be there's also one on Hopkins, and if I was going to go to either one, it would be either the West Klein or Hopkins. I wouldn't be going to the Millersport. And if I was in that Guessville area, I wouldn't be driving to West Klein.
Well, not just West Klein, but what about the closest one is Cross Point Parkway?
Which looks like it's a straight shot.
Well, again, that's on another very busy road. That's North French.
So the only convenience your client is adding is that you believe that people that are on Millersport Highway are not going to go to these other stores. There's nothing else that he's bringing to the mix.
Well, not only that, but that's Guessville. The West Klein store, I believe, is West Amherst or East Amherst. So they're a little bit different communities. The West Klein is Williamsville. I mean, they're different towns.
So does Millersport Highway cut right through University of Buffalo?
Yes, it does. The North Campus.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice to have the numbers for Dying Hearts Fine Wine and Spirit. But I just think within 4 miles you've got, at least 12,500 square feet of licensed premises. Sales have been slightly up in the closest store, but down in the largest, 4th closest store. And then Chateau Liquors, we had just licensed in May of 2014. So not fully seeing what the impact of that is. I don't see any public convenience and advantage at this time, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. The sales of the surrounding stores, the 4 closest stores, are either flat, we didn't get a response from one, and then, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, Chateau, or the Wine and Liquor Chateau, was just licensed in May of 2014, and I don't even think we've seen the total effect that new store has had. Those stores, the 4 closest are all, or 3 closest are all within 2.3 miles, and then a superstore is 3.9 miles away. That's 8,000 square feet. So nothing has been presented that shows convenience or advantage other than the fact that Council points out that it's on Millersport Highway and there is not another liquor store on Millersport Highway, but I don't see that as enough given the sales here that are in front of us. So I vote to deny as well.
Mr. Chairman, they are different towns. This is Getzville.
I'm not contesting that. I just don't see that as enough.
Do you want the next time?
Yes, please.
Okay. 1013, the Keller Cellar.
Good morning, Bob Heil, consultant for the Keller Cellar LLC.
Good morning, Thomas Cruz. I'm the principal of the Keller Cellar.
So can you answer me? You guys got a license in 2014 from us, went through this whole process, and then didn't do anything with it.
Yes, we had some landlord issues where the building was not ready, so we replanned and resubmitted and shrunk the store down.
Do we have any protesters for this?
Yes. Yes, there's protest present. Please step up to the podium.
How big is this store?
185.
This is?
Make sure. Yep, that's all they said.
With no internet
185.
sales, so a real brick and mortar.
9 by 18.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Neil Kratzer. I'm the owner of the wine room known as Windows Wines and Spirits Incorporated by my liquor license. I have protested the original awarding of the license back in 2014 on a letter that was written about the square footage and adding new capacity to the marketplace and the density requirements that are existing right now, and how did this add more value. I still protest this based upon adding more space into the marketplace. I do not understand why there's nothing been done with the approved license 2 years gone past. And I do not understand how this would add more convenience to the market. And I moved my store next to a convenience store and a shopping plaza grocery store to help add convenience to the market. So I just go on record of protesting based upon those points.
Thank you.
This is, it's 184 square feet.
And I'll tell you what it was.
What is this store going to be right next to another store that you own?
No.
No, it's a separate store in the plaza.
We had an application, we then withdrew that application without prejudice, and then we've come in with a new application going from approximately 1,400 square feet down to approximately 200 square feet.
And how big was the last one?
1,443.
And this one's 185 square feet?
Just under 200, correct.
The plaza we're in is called the Walker Center. It's a very high-end boutique plaza, so we're going to open up the Keller Cellar as a high-end boutique wine and liquor store.
Well, who owns Walker's Body and Beauty?
That's a completely separate company. It's called the TWWC Inc. is the owner of the Tony Walker store.
And did you guys just take a portion? It looks like you just cut out a portion of that store. Is that what went on here?
Yes, well, it's not in the store. It's got frontage on the main sidewalk of the plaza.
Was it always like that, or did you build it out like that?
Well, when the plaza was originally built, there were 20 shops, but the Tony Walker store has taken over a big chunk of the main building. So we're cutting out a small there's a restaurant, and then there's gonna be the Keller Cellar, and then the Tony Walker store. Giancarlo's restaurant is on the end of the plaza.
But you didn't, the question I asked you is, did you guys build it out like this, or was it always like this?
No, you built it out.
We built it out.
And then you own the Cento, you own the catering establishment right next door, and then you own Giancarlo's as well?
All separate entities. Giancarlo's is a separate entity.
We know there's some
I don't, let me talk to your client, because you're not really, the question I asked, do you own Giancarlo's?
You want to talk to the client, he is the client.
So do you own Giancarlo's?
Lawyer, then talk to the lawyer.
Yes or no?
I'll defer.
He's a principal in all three of them.
Okay.
Okay?
Do you have any questions?
I mean, 185 square feet, is that, council, is that as small as we've ever gone?
We've gone about 150, so I think Chairman Rosen used to say it's about the size of his bedroom or bathroom, depending.
What would you have said? So your primary business is going to be an internet model?
No, there's no internet sales.
There's no internet sales here.
No.
It's just a little boutique
Correct.
carved in out. Interesting. Yeah, you know, I mean, you rented a license previously. You're telling me there was some issue with the landlord?
Well, yeah, we did a lot of construction in the store. The town of Amherst, we expanded the Tony Walker store, and I had trouble getting the C of O for that expansion, and it pushed the Keller Cellar project out.
What does that have, but then,
You own the Tony Walker store?
I don't own it. I'm the principal of the holding company. I work for a gentleman that owns the store.
Didn't I ask you that?
Not worded quite that way. He's the principal in the three licenses.
I'm not the owner.
Holding company.
you have ownership interest in the holding? So the
No.
holding company that owns this whole plaza?
Yes.
Okay, and so,
Is owned by a gentleman named Anthony Ragusa.
okay, so he owns the whole plaza, and you're a
Correct.
principal, meaning you're an employee, or you're a principal as in you have equity shares in whatever the holding company that owns this plaza? If you
No
want to get
equity
legally
shares.
technical, we can do that too, but,
No,
No, he's employed by the landlord, the holding company that owns all the real estate. He's a principal on the three licenses. The restaurant, the catering company, and now the liquor store.
And the holding company owns the restaurant, the catering company, and the liquor store.
They own the real estate to that, correct?
And they own, it looks like they own they have a number of, I'm assuming all these Tony Walker shops are theirs too.
it's one giant store. It's all one store.
It's a free-flowing plaza. If you were to walk in one end, you can go walk right through to the other end. Each one of the storefronts specializes, let's say, shoes, shirts, coats, whatever,
Okay.
health and beauty aids.
okay, well, you know, that's why I was a little confused, because you had been granted a license, 2 years, nothing happened, and then you said it was an issue with the landlord, but the landlord effectively is you, based on your relationship with the I get it, legal entity, separate, holding company, yes, but,
It was more, I apologize to interrupt, it was more of an issue with the town of Amherst as we were going and expanding the store, moving walls around. It took a long time to get approvals, to get all the construction done.
and now it's completed, it's 100%
Correct.
done?
Yes. And I was in contact with the local Buffalo office constantly about the problems we were having and keeping them updated.
Okay. I mean, in this case too, it's, I don't know, I guess we had approved it at the same exact location, and it was a much bigger store, so, all right. notwithstanding the difficulty we had in getting certain answers, that's not, I think that there will be a public convenience and advantage to this approval. The 3 of the 4 closest stores have had increasing sales. This is only 185 square feet, and there's not even the internet model, so I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve too, given the small size of it and the sales of the other liquor stores that are nearby are all strong, and I don't see a store that's 185 square feet having that much an effect on them. So I'll vote to approve.
Good luck.
Thank you. I apologize for the confusion. Thank you.
That's okay.
961, Canal Side Wine and Spirits. Request for reconsideration. Have a full board disapproval.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Neil Cuomo. I'm here for a reconsideration of a previous denial by the board for a liquor store on Webster Street in the city of North Tonawanda. I'm here with the 2 principals, John Black and Ava Christ. And when we came before the board in the denial letter, it said that the considerations were changes to the areas of demographics that would support addition of applicant store. We've provided letters from Senator Ort, from Mayor Pappas, from the Lumber City Development Corporation, the Chamber of Commerce, and from the City of North Tonawanda Department of Assessments, and I think each of those letters in support has demonstrated that this would be a good store for this area and would benefit both the public and also people in the area.
See, here's the issue I have with those letters, and I don't know if the mayor had said he's coming. Is he here?
Yes, he is.
Could he get up to this podium?
Sir.
Good morning.
Hi. We appreciate any input from any municipality regarding a business, but we have 2 liquor store applications, this one and another one for North Tonawanda, where I assume you're the mayor of North Tonawanda?
Yes, sir.
You are recommending that we license both of them.
Yes.
Have you seen the applications and the sales numbers of the other stores nearby?
I haven't seen the numbers, no.
I mean, most towns don't want a liquor store on every corner. And it's our job to make sure that there is not one on every corner, and it makes it difficult for us when we get a recommendation for every application that comes before us.
Well, if you, I don't know if you have maps there or what, but they're hardly on every corner. The canal side that's in question is a store that has been there since the 1930s and has been in business up until their recent reconstruction, which they're doing now. And they bought the building, the loans have been approved, and this is the only liquor store in a downtown area in North Tonawanda. This serves the whole downtown area and a little bit of the surrounding of the downtown.
Well, isn't there one on, isn't Tonawanda Wine and Liquor within 0.3 miles? That's not downtown?
No, well, that's in the city of Tonawanda. That's in another city, another county. That's across the Erie Canal that separates the 2 cities. Now, these 2 stores have been in existence for many, many years, and they have coexisted previously for many years, and they've both done well. And they're 2 separate cities, 2 separate counties.
Okay, thank you. So is it true Oliver's not opening up?
They have not responded yet to their conditional approval, and they only have like less than 2 weeks to comply with the conditions, or they get denied.
So you indicated to us, Mr. Cuomo, that Oliver Street is not opening? You know that for a fact?
I know that for a fact. I've spoken to both the landlord and also the present occupant of the space that they had applied for on Oliver Street. It's called the Escape Room of Buffalo. They've been in business since October. They have a 2-year lease. I provided an affidavit from the owner of that store. He has had a number of people, including distributors, coming there saying, "Where's the liquor store?" And advised him of what his landlord had told him, is that initially when they made the application for that liquor store on Oliver Street, their intention was to purchase the building from the landlord. The landlord got tired of waiting for their application and said, "Listen, I don't know whether you're going to get a license or not, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to lease the place to somebody else." So they don't have an opportunity to purchase that building, and they don't have a place to put their liquor store at 280 Oliver Street. So I can't imagine how they would go forward. And that was one of the considerations that the board had, was that you had just previously approved a liquor store at 280 Oliver Street.
No, that's the only reason you're here, to be honest with you. That was a major consideration I had.
Well, and also, I don't think you cited corner store liquor in your map.
I'm not aware of corner store liquor.
Corner store liquor is a 1,200 square foot premises, 1091B as in boy, Oliver Street, North Tonawanda.
Pardon? I'm sorry? Well, if you know anything about that, I'm not aware of any liquor store in North Tonawanda other than one that is 2.4 miles away in North Tonawanda at the further northernmost end of the city. There's only one liquor store in the city of North Tonawanda that I'm aware of, and that's 2.4 miles away from this location.
And that's Yankee Spirits?
That's correct, Yankee Spirits.
Okay,
And
well we're,
totally different clientele.
yeah, no, we're seeing in our records that there is a store called the Corner Store Liquor on 1091B Oliver Street.
Yeah, under Jim June Inc.
Under Jim June Inc.
And they responded to a request for sales numbers, so they're obviously still open.
Well, if that's true, you're saying 1091 Oliver Street?
That's what it.
I can't imagine where that is in location to here, because this particular area, there's no liquor stores around North Tonawanda in this area. All the letters that we've submitted have shown this area is growing exponentially.
No, this would be, it says it's 2.2 miles away from you, so.
And again, 2.2 miles in North Tonawanda is an eternity. I mean, it's not like somebody gets in a car in North Tonawanda, gets in their car and drives 60 miles an hour, and 2 minutes later they're at a liquor store. 2.2 miles away is not our clientele. We have an application for a liquor store that is 1,050 square feet. It's a relatively small footprint designed to service the needs of the customers and the public advantage of that small downtown area of North Tonawanda.
I know, but.
And I can't imagine why it would be a problem. I mean, everybody has said, from the senator to the mayor to the development corporation, everyone has said this is a growing area and that this would be a great addition to that area.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a conference, please?
Commissioner, before you start, just to let you know, there's opposition present for the matter you're speaking about.
Okay, we can hear from them.
And if I could also add that we have someone from the Lumber City Development Corporation here that also would like to be heard.
Sure.
And Mayor Pappas also could expand upon that liquor store that you mentioned on Oliver Street. Fine. Thank you.
Opposition, please step up.
Good morning. My name is Larry Clark, and I own Tonawanda Wine and Liquor in the city of Tonawanda. A couple points I'd like to clarify first. I am 0.3 miles away from the proposed canal side liquor store. We are separated by the Erie Canal. Both bridges are 75 yards long, so that we are different counties, but we service the same area. They are correct that there was 2 liquor stores, myself and Frank's, for the longest time. But when that went out of business, recently in August, a new store opened in the city of Tonawanda that's about a mile and a third away, Isleview. Since that they opened, my sales have been affected as well. So I think pretty much everybody around the area, all the stores in that area, sales are starting to decrease or already have decreased. With that, regardless of what happens on Oliver Street, and it is 290 Oliver Street, there seems to be all kinds of discrepancies because they either have a license, don't have a license, still have time. Everybody's getting misinformation on that. But regardless of them, there's 8 stores around a 3-mile radius of my store, regardless of Oliver Street. If we go a little further, extend that even a mile, we add another 4, 5, or 6 stores, and one of them being Premier at 3.9 miles away from us. So every one of us gets affected every time a store opens. We want to continue to service the community. We've been there over 35, 36 years. Would hope to stay there. But with all these added, I think the market is saturated in our area. They are not 2 distinct areas like they're talking about. NT and North Tonawanda are very similar. They share a lot of different things. I don't see a distinct advantage by adding another store so close to existing stores. And Corner Store Liquor Store has been there forever. They are in a plaza. There's a little grocery store and a liquor store. If they don't know that they exist, that's a mistake on their end. They do exist, and they've been there for an awful long period of time. So let's not forget about their square footage as well. 2 months ago, when we were here talking about this license, we talked not only about Oliver Street, but all the square footage that's available for liquor sales in that area. I clearly don't agree that there's any advantage to opening another liquor store, especially that close to, again, 0.3 miles away from me, Isleview being really close as well, less than a mile and a half, and then Yankee, Midnight, Brighton, all of us are all within a 3-mile radius. I think it just would be an oversaturation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members. My name is Tom Correo. I am with Isleview Fine Wines and Spirits. I at 533 Niagara Street in the city of Tonawanda. We have been open for only 8 months now and strongly oppose the applicants wanting to get an approval over on Webster Street in North Tonawanda. Like the gentleman before me, Larry Clark, said, who owns Tonawanda Wine and Liquors, he is 0.3 miles away. We are 1.2 miles away right down the road. And there is no significant difference between the 2 townships. They are on the edge of Tonawanda. I walked this bridge yesterday. It was 75 yards long. It took me less than a minute and a half to get over it. They are going to be going after the same clientele currently that we are. And I strongly feel, along with my business partner, that we just haven't had ample enough time to grow our business in the area. 8 months is under a year. And I was under the impression that this board and previous boards would not allow another approval within that time frame of a store just trying to get up and running. Having said that, I'm not even sure aware of what is happening over at 290 Oliver. I was under the impression that they applied for an extension. Can you shed any light on that at all?
They have not applied for an extension.
Okay, that's fine. I was also been told recently by some number of sales reps from different companies that the principal owner of 290 Oliver has been in negotiations to purchase that building and allegedly has purchased that building and still plans on moving forward with opening up his store at some point in time. But aside from that, I don't know any other concrete answers as to what's happening there. Like I said, in regards to our store, we have about a 3,000 square foot store, or just under about 2,800, and we've only been in business again for 8 months and just haven't had enough ample time to grow our business. If this store were to be approved, it would definitely affect our numbers for sure, just like the previous person that was standing up here has already stated that his numbers have been affected. There are currently 4 stores within a 2-mile radius around the proposed applicant's site, and a 5th store, Midnight Liquors, is just a little over 2 miles away. The public and convenience and advantage is fully being served with all of the current stores on site and around the area, and to add another store would detrimentally hurt our numbers and I think all of the overall numbers of the surrounding area stores. Yeah, I know that the applicants have said that there's 2 distinct different areas.
So we already heard your argument about that. Do you have anything else to add?
No, just the fact that we feel strongly that the public convenience and advantage is already being served by all the stores in the area, and the fact that we have not had enough ample time to grow our business so far.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Gentlemen, if I may, I would like to present to you.
I'm sorry,
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Cuomo, there's one more person
Oh, I'm
in
sorry.
opposition that would like to speak. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gary Brennan. I own Yankee Spirits Liquor Store in North Tonawanda. My biggest point on this is, going along with the other stores, my sales have gone flat in the last year. 3.5 years ago, I expanded my store in the current plaza it's in, more than doubling the size from 3,000 square feet to 6,500 square feet. I really thought it was pretty much a no-brainer. I thought it'd be an easy number to hit. Well, I thought in a year's time I'd hit break even. It took me almost 3 years to cover the increased rent, labor, variable costs, fixed costs. That's where I'm sitting at right now. We're looking at potentially this store opening. We're looking at Frank Budway trying to open his store. That's 2 more licenses. And I know they talk convenience, but when stores start closing, you lose convenience. Within literally 2 miles of Frank, 48 minutes drive, you've got 7 stores currently. And that's going to include potentially an 8th store if they open up at Canal side. I've provided you with numbers if you've seen them. Just a 25% hit in my numbers is enough to put me out of business. And a lease that I've got for 10 years, which I have a personal guarantee against. I don't know what else to say besides, I think we've topped out in this area. My business has gone totally flat, and there's nothing else I can really add to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. What, Mr. Cuomo, there's one more person. Thank you. Sorry.
I'll make this short. My name is Robert Layton. I own Brighton Liquor. I had a fire on January 31st, and I'm presently closed. But I have every intention, in fact, have been in contact with the Liquor Authority to reopen my store. Architectural plans are being drawn up at the present time.
What's your address?
930 Brighton Road. I'm less than 3 miles away from the suggested new openings.
And currently you're closed and you've put your license into safekeeping?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone present for opposition for Canal Side Wine and Spirits?
First.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cuomo.
Gentlemen, I would just like to present Laura Burnson. She is with the North Tonawanda Lumber City Development Corporation. She could shed some light on the numbers in this particular area, the growth in this area, and these other liquor stores. The numbers that you've been hearing from the opposition are grossly inflated as far as the locations of these places and how they impact this particular location. Midnight Liquors is at the farthest opposite end of the city of North Tonawanda. The mayor could tell you, Laura Burnson could tell you that the clientele is not at all coming to where Canalside is to purchase their liquor and will not be. Same with Brighton Liquors, that's in the town of Tonawanda. We're talking the city of Tonawanda, and then we get to the town of Tonawanda. That's where Midnight Liquors is, in the town of Tonawanda. These are not places that remotely are going to impact at all.
I'm going to ask you to stop. I lived in Buffalo for 3 years.
Yes, sir.
I'm extremely familiar with Tonawanda, North Tonawanda, city of Tonawanda. So we're going to stop talking about how they're different areas. We've heard that already. So let's move into a different area going forward.
If I could have Ms. Burnson speak, please.
Hi, I'm Laura Brinson. I'm with Lumber City Development Corporation. We are the local development corporation for the city of North Tonawanda. I just wanted to share with you, according to a market analysis that was done through one of our grants by the Camoin Associates, there is a retail gap in liquor stores, and our market can support 2 liquor stores in our area. And that also takes in consideration a 25% recapture rate, which assumes 25% of residents who are going elsewhere to shop will stay in the area if these stores existed. So the market, just from a numbers standpoint, can support both of these establishments from Budway's and Canalside Liquors. Even though our census numbers have decreased by 2%, there are some new residential developments happening on River Road on the waterfront. There is new downtown residential. And in addition, just from an economic development standpoint, this fills a vacant storefront downtown. We have a theater expansion happening with the Riviera Theater, with more people coming down, more boaters, an influx of visitors. And
Okay. I'm sorry, you said that the economic study was comparing, saying who, the proposed applicant, and who's the other store that you said could exist, coexist there?
Budway's liquor stores.
Right, which is the other one.
You're a quasi, you work for the town, correct?
We are quasi-government. We are a nonprofit, but we are.
No, but what I'm saying is, that's what I thought I had heard, which is the other one, but then how does that, I see, you're saying both of these can coexist in North Tonawanda, but the other, the Tonawanda Wine and Liquor doesn't impact this at all, that's what you're saying? Okay,
No, the study is specific to North Tonawanda.
All right, thank you.
If I could just add a couple notes, Commissioners. There's been 1,550 building permits for 2015 in the city of North Tonawanda. There's 46 new businesses that have joined the Chamber of Commerce in the Tonawandas. This area is growing by leaps and bounds, despite what you want to hear from the other ones. I thought competition was a good thing. I mean, these two
What do you mean
liquor
leaps
stores-
and bounds? Can you cite figures?
I've cited figures. There's 46 new businesses that have joined. There's 1,550 building permits. We got letters from the mayor stating it's undergone resurgence over the past several years. We got a letter from
Okay, those are,
the senator.
I was just asking about population numbers, but never mind, go ahead.
I could provide population numbers for these areas. I mean, North Tonawanda has a population of 30,929, and by my count, the entire county of Niagara has 2 liquor stores in the city of North Tonawanda for 30,900.
There's three, can we establish that corner liquor store does exist in this town, whether you believe it to or not?
No, I certainly can see that. I've talked to the mayor, I've talked to Laura Burnson, and they can both tell you that that particular store is at the other end of the city. It's close to
Is it
Yankee
in North
Liquors.
Tonawanda?
It is in North Tonawanda,
Okay, so
but it's
there's-
over 2 miles
Thank
away,
you.
and that's an eternity, that area. So right now, in North Tonawanda, 30,000 people, there are 2 licensed liquor stores.
All right, well, you know, it seems like we've had some conflicting information about Oliver Street. Without that definitive answer, I think it's really difficult to make a decision here.
I can't, they have no basis for going forward. There's nowhere, for them to have to come to the board, they're gonna have to apply for a new location. Part of your reasoning in denying the application last time is that there was
So
a
you and I, we both heard from one of the protesters that he had information contrary to what you're stating at this time, that
I might state, can I state this? The last time we were here, I was not aware of the fact that 280 Oliver Street had not opened and was not planning on opening. These gentlemen that came in opposition last time were aware of that and did not bring that information to the board. I talked to the landlord and I talked to the present owner, and they said that people from liquor stores had come there asking about that were in opposition to a new liquor store. I didn't bring that up. But the bottom line
So
is
you
that-
spoke to the owner of Oliver Street?
Yes, I have.
And they said they're definitely not opening?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think he spoke to the landlord and current owner of that location, the current, not this liquor store, not Oliver Street Liquor.
He spoke to the guy that took the building over.
guy who's-
You spoke to the person that took that space over, is what you're saying.
That's correct. I've not spoken to the applicant liquor license, but I know that space is no longer available and will not be available.
And if that's the case, then that license is no good.
Right. If you want to hold it over, we can reach out to them. It's up to you.
No, I don't need to.
I don't need to.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So we had just licensed Isle View Fine Wines in August of 2015, and what's noticeable is the fact that the amount of sales in 2015 is almost precisely what Tonawanda Wine and Liquor, not exactly, but definitely impacted on a downward trend, an amount similar to that. It just with the third closest corner store liquor.
Not even close.
Sales.
It's not even close.
I'm sorry?
That isn't, corner store liquor is not even in the equation. It's not even close to, it's, and I can have the mayor tell you that. The store.
With the
biggest
fourth
problem-
closest store having declining sales, and you know, if we hadn't issued Isle View Fine Liquors in August, I would consider this, but at this point, I don't really see an added public convenience advantage. So I'm just denying the reconsideration.
Can I just?
Sure, go ahead.
You had considered an application for Oliver Street, which is in the same area generally that our application was for. And one of the bases for denying our application was that there was going to be an Oliver Street store opening. I don't understand why this store can't replace the Oliver Street store.
Well, I think
the issue of.
Do you want me to answer your question, or do you want to keep going?
Well,
I mean, I'm just answering your question. You said, why can't we? That's the question you wanted to answer. I'm telling you, at that time, I didn't have the numbers for Isle View Fine Wine and Spirits, and I think seeing kind of the direct impact it has on Tonawanda Wine and Liquor, it just suggests that there's no increase in the number of customers or the volume of sales, and because we introduced that store so close to where you're proposing and to Tonawanda Wine and Liquor, it suggests to me that at this time we can't definitively say that there will be a public convenience and advantage, and that's why I'm voting to deny.
See, that's the problem respectfully, sir, the problem I have is that we're losing sight of the fact that Isle View Liquors opening up has impacted upon Tonawanda Liquors. There's no doubt about that. But the clientele that we're going to be serving, and this is a 1,000 square foot location that we're asking for in the city of downtown North Tonawanda, is serving a different clientele. I can't imagine anybody from North Tonawanda going to Isle View Liquors under any circumstances when they're going to have the liquor store at Tonawanda Liquors right across the bridge. I think that this area needs a liquor store, and we've had ample support showing that it's a public convenience to have this liquor store. And I respectfully request that you reconsider that.
I mean, if you Can you convince me?
No, I mean, I would vote to grant the reconsideration, but I based my decision last time only on the fact that we just granted one in November. Commissioner Kim did not. So the reconsideration is denied.
Can I speak for a second?
Not granted.
I denied.
Yeah, you can speak.
Thank you very much. My name is Eva Christ, and I'm one of the owners of Canal Side. In regard to the Isle View location, it's across from the Niagara River and right next to the Niawanda Park. They have thousands of visitors every summer that frequent that area, where our area is more in the city of North Tonawanda. I mean, the two areas are extremely.
Ma'am, we've heard that from 5 or 6
Yes,
different
okay.
people. That's
Also-
information we have.
Okay, I'm sorry. And also, we're ready to go. We have the Small Business Administration behind us. We have our business loan in place. We own the building. We've renovated it. We're ready to open our door. It would have significant impact on us if we weren't allowed to do so, and the community and the Small Business Administration.
And it's only 1,000 square feet. We're not talking about a large store. There's stores that have displays that are bigger than this location.
Sorry, it's been denied.
Most of
I'm
our
sorry.
traffic is foot traffic. We don't even have a parking lot. We have 2 parking spaces. Most of our traffic is local downtown foot traffic.
Oh,
People are not driving to us.
Ma'am, I'm
They're not.
sorry. It's been the decision's been made. Thank you.
968 Hyde Park Mini Mart.
Attorney Anthony Pecoraro for Hyde Park Mini Mart.
It's a no contest plea.
No.
Go ahead.
My client speaks very little English. I have her husband here that could translate for the board if necessary, but I'd like to go forward, and if the board feels a translator is necessary, we can always make arrangements.
Well, this is what is this, the fourth?
Yeah.
This is the 4th sale to minor within 2 years.
That is correct.
Right, so I have cancel and bond unless you have something.
I do as well, so.
In terms of extenuating circumstances, but.
Just like to share with the board, and maybe I can ask you to reconsider, since this last incident, first of all the sales to minors have been by employees, not by the actual owner.
Well, that doesn't really help you.
No,
it's actually worse, because after the 3rd one, you would think the licensee might take more control.
So what they've done since the last violation is they've actually installed one of those omnidirectional bar scanners. It's a 50 state compliant bar scanners that will read driver's license. They've also put procedures and protocols in place that if the card can't be scanned or there's an issue with the card, that at least 2 employees have to double check the age.
Right.
I mean, here's my problem. The last one they did, which was 2 months ago, nobody asked for ID. So the scanner's actually useless if you're not going to make them give you ID.
Well, they've actually modified the system. So now when you go to the register with let's say a bottle of beer, and it gets scanned in, the computer automatically goes to the bar scanner. So ID is necessary at this point. You can't override that.
And if you had come after the 3rd one, but this is 4 within 2 years. I mean, I think people have to understand how serious we take sales to minors. And the last one, or the 3rd to last 2 violations ago was under 18 as well. So if you had done this previously, that would have been maybe a mitigating circumstance. But at this point, it's a little too late. 4 within 2 years, I vote to cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Thank you.
1021 Budweiser Wine and Spirits.
There we go.
All over again.
It's the big one, yeah. Back to North Tonawanda,
Nobody ever leaves.
like the Hotel California.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, good morning to the board. Barry Donahue here for and with Frank Budway and the co-applicant. Just have a few brief comments.
Well, is there any opposition? Did the opposition stay, or they?
Yes, the opposition is present.
Is there anyone that has not spoken or wants to add something? I'm assuming they're the same arguments, so we don't need to hear them again. But if somebody has something different, we'll listen to them.
No, we're all set, sir.
It's the same stores then, right?
Correct?
Okay.
I just wanted to point out with respect to the map that we had submitted, which indicates some of the competing stores. One is 2.7 miles away. That's Wine World. That's in Amherst, and that services a Tops Supermarket Plaza in Erie County. Another one is Tonawanda Wine and Spirits. You've heard from them today. They are near to a Tops Supermarket Plaza. Also, I think you heard today from Yankee Spirits. They are in the same plaza with a Tops Supermarket. And pretty much in the center of all those supermarkets is yet another supermarket, Budway Supermarket. And that supermarket is one of only two supermarkets in the city of Tonawanda, and the city of North Tonawanda, I'm sorry. And that supermarket and its customers do not currently have a liquor store to serve that population. And Mr. Budway has a few comments.
Yeah, what I would like to say is that both plazas, the one that Yankee Spirits in the plaza that has about 30-plus businesses, and it's a very vibrant, very big plaza with a lot of customer counts. And that Top Supermarket, which is one of the major players in Buffalo, that's about a 60,000 square foot store. In my plaza, we have 9 businesses. My store's a 38,000 square foot store. But we do have 13,000 customers conveniently shopping in our plaza every week. And I want to mention that my liquor store is actually going to be about 2,900 square feet if I receive the license. And Yankee Spirits is 2 times the size. They're 6,500 square feet. So they have an advantage where I will probably take some business from them, but definitely not going to devastate them or make them go bankrupt or put them out of business. They have a bigger and better plaza than me. They have a better facility. Again, on the corner store, liquor store, my nephew happens to own it. In fact, I wanted him to come to my location, but he's doing very well there. He has a specific it's a corner store with a corner convenience store. He's got a customer base there that he's real happy with. So we're not going to affect him, and he's further away from my location. By the way, Yankee Spirits happens to be 6 times the size of the corner store. When we talk about somebody going out of business, I have to do it with my tenants. I'm a small guy. If a tenant's in trouble, I have to lower the rent. And unfortunately, Yankee Spirits is probably paying about 30% too high, which I sent you documentation on our leases showing you the rent that my tenants pay in the supermarket. Also, the
that doesn't really.
Okay.
I don't understand the point of that he's paying too high rent, so that promotes public convenience and advantage?
No, that would help him to go to his landlord and get a reduction.
Well, we're going to let him run his business and you run yours.
Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. But getting back to our location, we've seen an increase in customer counts of 1,295 customers a week since October. We did some renovations. We've had for years customers requesting that we put in a liquor store into the plaza, which is why I'm here today, asking you to help for the public convenience of these customers that we're attracting to our center, which would overall help the businesses in the plaza, help the public, and any support you can give, I would greatly appreciate. And I thank you for letting us come back again. And if you are positive, I know maybe we have to finalize
Are
this
they
290 Oliver Street. If that's really not happening, then I would really think that it would be good to let us have our liquor store at our site, where 290 Oliver Street was a little close to us, even though I have to agree it's a different neighborhood, but still, it would be a problem if the two of us had liquor licenses at 290 Oliver and my site. So if that isn't going to happen, I would like you to please keep an open mind on our location. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you have heard information from the mayor and from the economic development persons with respect to another application. We'd ask that you take those comments into consideration in this application.
Yeah, and we have, I believe, letters from both as well, correct?
I'm not sure about the economic development, but she did speak in favor of both applications, Canal Side, which you denied earlier, and this one, Budways.
Yeah, she did.
533 Niagara Street.
You got any questions?
I don't know. So the one up, yeah.
533 Niagara.
533, no, I'm sorry, 533, yeah, Niagara Street.
14120.
14150.
Change that. 14150.
Yep. How far are you from Isleview Fine Wines and Spirits?
I think it's probably similar to Tonawanda Wine and Spirits, so about even further. So it's 3 miles, I would say.
1.3.
2.7.
No, this is a
Broad Street.
Tonawanda Wine and Liquor. It's a protester.
Over 3 miles.
It would be.
That's what it says here. If
This
you go,
is a letter from a protester, so
Right,
this is
right,
1.3 from her store.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, so it's about 3 miles? Would you say
Yeah,
that's correct?
It would.
Okay.
I would say that's correct.
Okay. All right. So I think the application we just denied would have been your second closest store, 1.8 miles away.
And then Oliver's, I think you're assuming, is not going to open. So those are two that will not be competitors of us.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out the distinction between the previous one and this one.
There is one.
Yeah. So.
I think if I could speak to that, I think one of your concerns was that it was 0.3 from Tonawanda Wine and Liquors. Will be 2.7 from Tonawanda Liquors.
Right. Yeah, my main difficulty with this is that within 2.4 miles, and you have over 21,000 square foot of licensed premises, and I just denied the second closest to you, 1.8 miles away, and you're proposing to add another 3,000 square feet.
Well, I think Oliver too, I don't know if you were a participant in that grant, initial grant, but I think you're now assuming that is not going to open. That would be in between the one you just denied and us. So if that's not opening, then it would seem that we'd be serving the population that you granted them a license for, at least in part.
Yeah, I just think that the calculation doesn't change that much with the amount of licensed premises in the area currently. So I think similar to the reasoning for the prior application, I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There is a significant number of square feet of liquor store within 2.4 miles of this proposed location. We just denied one that was probably a better location than this one, in my view, as far as its distance away from most of the other stores. Even though Oliver Street does not appear to be open, we did just license one in August of 2015. That's only been open about 6 months or 7 months, and we haven't really seen the effect that that store is going to have on the other neighboring stores. That store is 3 miles away, so it's not one of the 4 closest, but it's certainly one of the 6 closest. And it appears that there are 8 stores within 3 miles, so I don't see any public convenience or advantage, so I vote to deny as well.
And just for clarification, if Oliver's, in fact, is not going to exercise their license, might that be a basis for reconsideration?
I assumed on my decisions for both your store and the other one that they are not.
I did also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else present in Buffalo.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. 964, New City Wines and Liquors. Sorry.
Better stay out of Buffalo out of Tonawanda for a little while. What? No, I don't care.
It's a tough one.
They're not all easy.
No, not today.
All you had to do was sit there.
And I'm freezing, too.
How many square feet is this?
1,000. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm just going to try to run through my questions. This was previously licensed and we canceled in 2014.
Yes, it was previously licensed for about 20 years.
And why did we cancel? Do you know? Is it
I believe...
underage sales?
I believe that's what it was for.
Yes, sales
Yes,
to minors.
sales
Sales
to
to
minors.
minors. They have nothing to do with the previous licensee at all.
And it didn't work there, don't know the person?
Nothing at all. They,
No money, loans
Oh, no.
from them. You don't know
Nothing
who
at
they
all.
are. Never
they
met
just came
them.
in
Never
there.
talked to them.
no, nothing to do with it.
What's
At
your
all.
relationship with the landlord, if any?
None.
Even the landlord is new now.
Even the
la-
landlord's
different
new?
landlord. Yeah, different
Since
landlord.
when?
Maybe a year or two.
A year or two ago?
Yeah. Yeah, they have no connection
All right.
at all.
Is there any protesters here?
No? All right.
Oh, I
All right.
All right. Given, I mean, that was my main concern, that given that this was a previously licensed space, the 4 closest stores have had all increasing sales, actually 3 out of the
3
4.
out of 4.
Sorry, but the 4th one having slight decline, but the closest 3 having increased sales. Sorry, my last question is, so you were a salesperson, Mr. Talahari?
Yeah, I'm currently working at 202 Fordham.
He's working at a liquor store for the...
For the past year, a little bit over a year.
And what's your relationship with that store owner?
He's just he worked as a manager.
Okay. And they're not investing in this at all?
No.
Okay.
No, nothing
All
to do
right,
with it.
so,
My wife are doing this.
okay, just to continue, so, and also there's no protest. I vote to approve this application.
I vote to approve as well. There's 4 stores within 1.5 miles. This was a previously licensed location. It's clear that the applicants have nothing to do with the previous owners that their license was canceled by the authority for underage sales. And 3 of the 4 closest stores that are closest to this location, I should say, their sales have gone up some significantly. So I do see public convenience and advantage. So I'll vote to approve.
Good luck.
Thank you very
all for your
much.
time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
122B, American Estates.
American Estates.
Mr.
Morning,
Fogelman?
Leonard Fogelman, attorney for American Estates.
Wasn't your client with you earlier?
I think he went to the men's room. I'm not sure. He was sitting.
So the license
We have an
is
offer
here,
of-
but the
License was surrendered on 4.
We have an offer of cancellation. The license was brought into the Liquor Authority.
No bond?
No, the licensee did surrender, place the license in safekeeping when requested to on this matter. The licensee closed their New York license premise and have been selling alcoholic beverages at wholesale out of their home in New Jersey for the past several years. The terms were cancellation, and I believe they've already filed a new application for a
Yes,
new wholesale license.
We do have an application pending for a new location for a new wholesale license.
Do you want to wait for your client to come out of the restroom, considering this is his business and he might
I don't
be
know
concerned?
if the members need to.
No, I don't.
Speak
No,
to him.
I'll accept the
Cancel,
offer.
cancel.
Cancel.
The new application would have to come before you anyway.
Right.
Okay.
I was going to ask that. Is it essential that the new application come before you?
I believe so.
Because of this cancellation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, the conduct.
Conduct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. 984, Why Not Orchard?
There's another, why are these people here again?
Oh, need a recall.
We had this before.
Is that your client right there? Okay.
Do we have community board opposition?
Good morning. Yes, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. Emil Stefkov is the owner. This is an application for a new beer and wine license on Orchard Street. It was previously licensed for wine and beer. The original method of operation from, I think, 2 years ago was as a coffee cafe and an art gallery, for which it was granted a beer and wine license. It was a good idea in theory, but it did not work. Art was available for sale. It was posted on the wall. We had an art exhibition. My client was working with a local artist. No one was interested, whether it was overpriced or it didn't fit in the community. No art was sold. There were some other issues, and a violation, notice of violation, was issued. And unfortunately, even though we had tried to negotiate a monetary penalty with counsel's office, and counsel's office had in fact recommended a $15,000 monetary penalty, which we didn't accept only because my client was selling so little beer and wine. Economically, it didn't make sense. We came before the board on a no contest plea, and surprisingly to me, the license was canceled on a first-time violation because we did not sell art. In any event,
No, I that's not really, and I actually wasn't even here then,
Right.
but I was sitting in the back of the room, and being someone who had never watched one of these hearings, I watched you for my first one.
well,
And I recall the facts of that very well.
Well,
And I don't believe it was just the sale of the art,
well, there were a couple of other violations.
one of which was having dance concerts and things
No,
of that nature.
I agree, Mr. Chairman.
Open
I
windows,
think,
open
however,
doors.
I'm not aware of anybody, any licensee on a first-time violation for staying open an hour past they were supposed to, or having musical entertainment that they were supposed to, having their license canceled. I'm not saying there weren't other
That I
violations.
don't know, that you may be correct
That-
about, that I
that
The
don't know.
fact that you're omitting is that your client got his license by the skin of his teeth. There was huge opposition to that location being licensed
There
at
was-
all, and there were many
That's-
stipulations that were placed on that license, specifically negotiated with you and your client and the members that
That's
your
not true.
client accepted.
That's not true. We
Then
had
violated.
1,000 signatures in support of full liquor at that application. The only opposition at that time, and the only opposition to this, other than the community board, is LES dwellers.
Yes, and they were
Nobody from
here,
that
and
street,
there was
nobody from
negotiated
that-
stipulations placed on your license
correct.
based off the opposition at that meeting.
I'm not saying that it wasn't a
And
violation.
when you said the art didn't work, you stood here before us and said, oh, they got one art show and it didn't work. You submitted in the initial applications letters, I'm going to be the person who is procuring all of this, I'm going to be the curator of this whole space, it's really going to be focused on art, and you had one art show, and that was it. Isn't there just a question of character and fitness and whether
No,
the
I-
members can trust anything your client says?
No, I don't agree with that. I think that my client, he had art for sale. As I said, it was a business model that did not work. I do not think, he has two other licenses, two other locations on Greenwich and on Christopher Street, total about 8 years. I'm not aware of any violation on either of those. One is full OP, the other is beer and wine. So I think he has proven himself, certainly with respect to those. We just heard an application, a matter where there were four sales to minors. It took 4 sales to a minor to cancel. So 3 sales to minors There was no cancellation.
No, ever since I've been on the board, we've been very consistent. We've done 3,000, or there's up and down based on 18 and under, 6,000 for the second, 10,000 for the third, and fourth when you get canceled. So
I'm not disputing that.
So
What I'm
that's just a
saying is-
policy that we've
But that's-
created. So I don't
and
understand
that's also
what
a
this
deli.
is.
Here we're talking about basically disrupting an entire community based on, it's not the art. I mean, it was the dance parties, it was the concerts, it was somebody saying that all they heard every night was bass coming from his location. It's a different animal.
There was one resident who complained. I have to say, Mr. Chairman, we have, in support of this application, petition signed by 900 local residents, including 16 from our building, 16 residents, 178 residents from just Orchard Street, and another 700 from the broader Community Board 3 community. The only opposition at the Community Board meeting to this beer and wine application was LES dwellers. No resident of the building, no resident of the block. You're familiar with LES dwellers?
But that's incorrect, because the community board voted against it too.
No, of course, I understand that, but what I'm
So
saying
they're
is
against
that...
it, and they're not Lower East Side dwellers.
I understand that, but, well, that
Or
speaks
they
for
may
itself.
be, but whatever.
But my point is that no immediately affected person from the building, from the block, appeared in opposition. We have changed the method of operation. I think this is an important point I want to make. The coffee shop concept really just didn't work. The art gallery definitely did not work.
And I don't want to waste your time or anybody else's time. Here's my problem. I get that the art thing didn't work. I get that the coffee shop thing didn't work. But instead of coming to us and saying, you know what, I'm going to hand my license in and try to figure something else out, he decided to have dance parties.
I don't think he had dance
that's
parties.
how he went to make his money. Our investigators have a memo here that they went on social media back in 2014, and he was advertising a concert series at his coffee shop. And that's my problem, is as counsel said, how am I going to believe what you're telling me?
Well, I think my response to that is, and I can't dispute that, and I'm not disputing that, is that he paid a penalty for that. His license was canceled. So that is done. He has not had beer and wine for now about a year. So he has paid a penalty for that. I think, Commissioner, you mentioned on the first application that, it's not unreasonable to give someone a second chance. He has 2 other venues with no violations. We have changed the nature of the business. It is a sushi restaurant. The chef, our sushi chef is here. He has 25 years' experience as a sushi chef. He is working there 6 days a week. It is a full sushi menu. Forget the art gallery, forget the coffee.
5 years as a
Yes, he's older than he looks, we've been told.
Wow.
Got to start
Yeah,
eating
I had the
sushi.
same reaction. So if to have a sushi restaurant without the ability to have sake or beer, it's going to fail, and it'll end up closing. We're not coming here asking for liquor. We understand the issues with liquor in this neighborhood. We're asking for a 1 a.m. close. We have significant, and I do want to hand this up because I need to make it part of the record. These are the 500 signatures in support of this application with beer and wine.
What are your plans for the accordion doors?
The accordion doors, we'll close them.
You tell us, whatever.
You want us to close it at 10 o'clock at night? We'll close it.
See, but they told you that before, and that's the answer we got. And you
That-
didn't close them.
No. Before I was asking they stay open until 10. Now I don't care. For the Japanese restaurant, they can stay closed all day. We don't
My
have
point is,
problem.
you told us the same thing last time, and it didn't happen.
For a coffee shop, not. We want to keep them open.
But you told us you were going to close them,
I said, yes, we agree with stipulation. We're going to close them at 10 o'clock.
and then you didn't.
That one night when we had the
Well,
inspection.
the one night they caught you.
There was one lady, Valerie, who is with us from the beginning, and she stayed alone because the other guy has to leave. She couldn't close them. We absolutely do not have any problem to close them at 10 o'clock. And with the Japanese restaurant, we don't even have to open them at all. And just I would like to answer about those events. There was a Japanese lady who was doing once a week some kind of events, and she would do like a classical music, or she would do like a tango night. It wasn't parties, it wasn't concerts like with loud music or anything. It was more like just people sitting and watching classical music.
It was flamenco dancing and tango,
It was
yes.
a
It was
flamenco
not
as well,
it was not a DJ rave, but it was against the stipulations.
I agree. It was against, and I'm responsible for that. And I'm really sorry for that. I just made that mistake without being aware that I'm making it. And
So, but you know, you're an experienced operator. You have 2 other licenses. I think for now, I think you should focus on continuing to operate them as good operators. But in this particular instance, the community board clearly lays out what they consider to be and what we found to be just either material representation or just a blatant failure to conform to whatever you said you were going to do. And so I just can't.
Commissioner, the penalty's
approve
been
this.
paid for that. And I'm not, a penalty's been paid, which is significant, a bond and cancellation. The beer and wine license was lost. We have now changed the method of operation. This was not a revocation where he cannot apply for another 2 years. I think given the other establishments, including a full OP with a restaurant that's 3 times the size of this one, operating for what, 6 years? 6 years with no violations at all, that has a large outdoor sidewalk cafe. Mistakes were made, a penalty was paid, and I think that it is fair to give a second chance with a new method of operation.
I would like to ask
You vote? Did you vote? I did vote.
Did he vote?
Yeah, he voted.
You got my vote, right? Yes.
We have really huge support from the community, about 900, 1,000 signatures from the area, 170 from Orchard Street, 16 from our building. People trust us there because we know what we are doing. It's a really, really decent, quiet operation. Now as a coffee shop and as a Japanese restaurant will be the same. And
I mean, Commissioner Kim apparently already voted. I didn't hear him, and I believe it was to deny. But the problem I have is I don't agree the penalty has been paid. I mean, it's not even a full year yet. And I'm not saying at any point I wouldn't give you a second chance, but I'm not prepared to give you one now. I think I think they were misrepresentations, or at a minimum, you made promises and then decided not to keep them because your business wasn't working the way you thought it was, and you needed to make more money. But I can't give you another liquor license now, particularly with the community board being as strongly against you having a liquor license. This isn't, and they're really not basing it on the community. They're basing it on your prior actions, which is what I'm doing as well. So I vote to deny as well.
Have another model.
$936, 13 Thames Group.
Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This was a conditional no contest plea, discussed, negotiated with counsel's office. We agreed upon a civil penalty, and it was.
So is everything fixed? We have food?
There is food.
Tables and chairs?
Tables and chairs are ordered. The ones that they had used, which were in the basement, they're getting rid of. So my client, who I spoke to yesterday, has already placed an order for the tables and chairs. They have not been delivered. I advised Ms. Chaplin at counsel's office that once they are, we will provide photographs showing that they are obtained and in place.
Well, so what's there now?
It's empty. It's a performance venue. It's a concert venue. It's a music performance, so people just stand there.
Okay.
All right. I'll accept your
I'll
7,000.
accept.
Thank you.
1022C, proposed advisory for the wholesaler shutdown period.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner Kim.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dano. I'm here in support of this. Lester Eber is here from Southern Wine and Spirits in support of it. I'm here on behalf of Empire in support of it. This is a request for relief for the retailers during shutdown. Southern Wine and Spirits has asked that the dates be adjusted from to July 10th and
Adjusting in the
July
capital
17th.
period, where it says shutdown period underlined over there. It already
Okay,
says
yep.
July 10th.
Yeah, I see that.
And the other thing is that on the very last line where it talks about Empire Merchants North, it should be select 3, not 7.
Okay.
My mistake. But other than that, unless you have any questions,
I don't.
Commissioner
So,
Kim?
No, I don't have any questions.
so I'll vote to approve with those changes.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
$956, 929 McLean Liquors.
Can't what? Why? Oh, I know, I know.
I just have to make sure I remember.
And I'm down there a lot, too.
Good
morning. Charles Lynn for the applicant. With me is Shahjad Varini, who is the sole principal.
Are there any protesters
I believe
here?
there is protesting here.
Come on up.
We might. We'll speed up.
Morning. My name is Victor Costa. I own 9 McLean Avenue Wine and Liquor Store. I've owned the store for 34 years.
Which one?
The applicant's store is approximately 550 feet from my location.
This one. Yeah.
My business over the last year has been flat. The first 3 months of this year compared to the first 3 months of last year, however, I am down 11%. I believe the downturn is due to the emergence of superstores like Stu Leonard's and Costco's, which are about 6 miles away, and a Whole Foods that's located about 3 miles away. The neighborhood is bordered by 2 major highways to the east and west, and by Woodlawn Cemetery, Van Cortlandt Park to the south, and by Hillview Reservoir to the north. Given these factors, I believe there's no chance for further development. The population has been flat over the last year, 2010 to 2013, that I have available. The applicant is the son of my nearest competitor, Big E Wine and Liquor. I believe the reason he chose not to oppose this license is because of that fact. As evidenced by the opposition letters and petitions I have submitted, I wish that this proposal is denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is James. I'm son of
What's your last name?
Lee Li, and I'm son of I'm the son of the owner of the TNJ Liquor, which is existing in 352 Kimball Avenue. We are
T&J Liquor?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have your numbers for 2015?
Yes. It's we don't have it yet.
Okay.
英文呢？
Can I get that? Whatever. Oh, you're still reading it?
英文呢？我書幫我。It's 560,000 for the 2015.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Since 2 years ago, there's a liquor store open on the Kimball Avenue. I believe it's LD Spirit.
What's it called?
LD Spirit, and it's near DBA name. Let me see.
Do you have that? What's the address? Do you know?
It's 568 Kimball Avenue, Yonkers.
568 Kimball Avenue.
Yes, it's only 3 blocks from our store, and since they are open 2 years ago, our sale didn't. Just keep flat. We didn't go up, and the sales didn't go up. So I believe if the new license if new license get approved on that store, and I think our sale will significant drop.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it was a transfer, yeah, it was a.
Mr. Lynn?
I'll still check the distances.
What I'm going to address is each of the elements of the protests that were presented to the authority. All these slew of protests came at the last minute, so if you can indulge me, I did not prepare all of that, so I'll be presenting that now. First of all, as far as proximity, I have the SLA GIS map LAMP and also a area survey with regards to this area, which I would like to just present for the board so that we could discuss this by looking directly at the relationship of all the parties.
And when was that? When did they move over there?
December of 2015.
What I'd like to point out is that Stores 5, 6, and 7 are all on White Plains Road in the Bronx. That's the Wakefield section of the Bronx, a totally different neighborhood than Southeast Yonkers. The second closest store is MMJ Wine and Spirits, who are here today on Catone Avenue. I'm sorry, the second one is in Catone Avenue in the Bronx. This is around the cross-section of East 233rd Street and Webster Avenue in Woodlawn section of the Bronx. Again, a totally different neighborhood. The fourth closest store, J&J at 352 Kimball, who is here. I believe that the distance is incorrect on the SLA chart because I did a Google search and I attached it to my papers, and Google shows it as 1.3 miles away in this urban center of urban city of Yonkers. So in viewing this application, to me it seems there's only 2 stores that I believe have any relevancy to this application, and both of them are McLean Avenue. McLean Avenue Wines and Liquors at 974 McLean Avenue, which is approximately 670 feet from applicant, which I have the survey before the authority, and RNA Wine and Wine World, which is applicant's father's store, which is at 690 McLean Avenue, approximately 0.5 miles from the applicant. As far as sales figures go, the sales figures for McLean Avenue Wines and Liquors show slightly increased or stagnant sales, but they are approximately $1 million a year. The sales figures for RNY Wine and World shows a $450,000 sales increase for 2015 over 2014. That's over a 14% increase in sales, over approximately 3.5 million.
But that's after at least 10% decrease in the preceding year.
Yes. And also
So
it
it's
is
more like a 4% increase.
And also it is a strictly a discount store. All the wines and liquors in the store are discount pricing, and they're in a shopping mall, which is next to a major supermarket. T&J on Kimball Avenue did not, well, now we know what the 2015 sales are, so it was comparatively flat for the last 3 years. As far as demographics, this area is in the southeast city of Yonkers under zip code 10704. As part of my initial exhibit, I show that this is a 3.5% rise in population from the 2010 census figures, and an estimated 1% increase from 2010 to 2013. This is a densely populated area in the southeast city of Yonkers, which has a very high per capita income, and those statistics are set forth in my Exhibit 2 of my initial application. The petitions and letters all state that it would not be in the public interest to license another liquor store because this area is already saturated with liquor dispensaries. Again, what I tried to show is that the 4 of the liquor stores, or 4 of the 7, are in the Wakefield and Woodlawn areas of the Bronx, which is not the same area as this. Both letters from pastors of St. Mark's Lutheran Church and St. Barnabas Church protest the applicant because there are enough establishments with offer liquor for sale in the area. Such concern is mirrored by the other letters and petitions. I'd like to point out that most concerns about areas being oversaturated with liquor establishments cite high crime, excessive noise, traffic congestion, sales to minors, focal point of police activity, after-hours consumption, parking and rowdyism in front of private homes, vagrant wandering in the streets. None of this has been expressed by any of the protesters in their presentation to the board. They all have alleged that it's a number of commercial establishments that result in an unhealthy, negative lifestyle. No specific violations of any quality of life factors have been alleged to have been in this community. Some letters state that there are almost 50 liquor dispensaries along McLean Avenue with a substantial number of additional commercial premises. This is the very definition of an urban community of heavy residential homes and commercial businesses. McLean Avenue is quite obviously a nighttime destination for entertainment dining area, and there was an expose that I got off of the off of Google website that talked about Southeast Yonkers, and it specifically set forth restaurants and nightlife. And it stated diners enjoy a wide range of eating options in this neighborhood, especially Yonkers and McLean Avenue. Yonkers and McLean Avenue especially provide the hungry and thirsty with a great number of choices and sit-in and take-out restaurants, along with bars, diners, delis, coffee shops crop up one after the other. Home to a high number of Italian and Irish Americans, Southeast Yonkers also present many opportunities to enjoy authentic cultural dining and experiences. And then it finalizes by saying, it's common knowledge that the Irish know how to throw a good party. So when it comes time for evening entertainment, whether casual drinks with friends or dancing the night away, head towards McLean Avenue, where the neighborhood's largest concentration of Irish Americans reside. And the only reason I preface this is because this area not only has had some slight increase in population, but it's a destination area. They have become famous and enjoyed successfully financially because of the development on McLean Avenue and are known for this type of entertainment and dining. In addition to that, right in that area, Southeast Yonkers, is Yonkers Raceway and the casino. Not that people are going there and then going to run out to buy liquor at the liquor store, but it's exit 5 on the New York State Thruway is McLean Avenue. Exit 4 on the New York State Thruway is Yonkers Raceway. So it is a destination area, besides of which the population is increasing, and it's a destination area for nightlife and for entertainment as well.
Okay.
All right. As far as public convenience and advantage, applicant's premises was a prior TD Bank. It has a small area for parking in the rear. It has vertical metered parking on the side of the building, and adjacent to its building, it has regular metered street parking. The McLean Avenue store down the road has only street parking. Not only does it only have street parking, but it's very difficult accessibility. Why? Because St. Barnabas, that made the protest here, said, oh, we have a liquor store 250 feet away from us. The 250-foot store that's away from them is McLean Avenue. And when you go to the church and to the school during the day, not only do you go by St. Barnabas, which is just across the street 250 feet, but St. Mark's, which is also in this area, you have to go down that street, McLean Avenue, to be able to get to St. Mark's. What is interesting is
So I don't understand that point.
There's
So you
there's
just
literally
because you
no
have to
park-
walk through past one, you should have to walk past two? I'm not following.
No, that's, what I did was, I have a diagram.
No, I understand what you said. I don't understand why you disagree with them not wanting another one.
Because they're not close together. They're not, they make it sound as though St. Barnabas and St. Mark's are right next to my applicant's store, and that's not the case. And I put red marks down on each of these diagrams to show that St. Mark's is right across the street. However, St. Mark's on Kindle Avenue, you cannot go into the premise, students cannot go into that school on that street.
Well, at any rate, it's beyond the 200 feet, so it's
Yeah,
not
it's
really.
beyond, correct, beyond the 200 feet. And also on the website for McLean, it does say that they have valet parking, so obviously it's an admission that there is difficulty there as far as parking. Hours of operation, applicant will open on Sunday from 12 noon to 6 p.m. It will be closing at 10 p.m. on Mondays through Saturdays. It'll have wine tastings twice a week on Fridays and Saturdays, probably between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. He's just not sure it's whether 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. or not. McLean Avenue Wine and Liquor appears not to be open on Sundays and closes early each weekday at 8 p.m. as per their website page, which I annexed to as an Exhibit 3 of my secondary pages to the authority. And it does not appear as though they have wine tastings on a regular basis either, because when I was there, there's no signage, there's nothing on their website to infer that there's any type of wine tastings in the store at all. Applicant has worked at his father's store for over 5 years, so he's familiar and experienced with the operation of a liquor store. He's 32 years of age, not married, and eager to pursue his own business. He believes his success can come from showcasing New York State wines, and I did set forth in my application.
What percentage of wines does his father's store have? New York wines?
Probably 5 to 6 SKUs, and that's it.
So what makes him think he can showcase New York wines and be successful since he's working in that store?
I can let him answer that for himself.
Hello? The reason I believe that New York State wines I can have in this establishment that will do well is because I have a lot of customer feedback from working at my father's store, and they always ask me for my opinion, and I believe that the New York State wineries are a up-and-coming market in the alcohol beverage marketplace. They're winning
So then
awards.
why isn't your father carrying more of them?
That you would have to ask him.
Well, let me answer that. And the only reason I answer it is because if you go into the store, it's 2,500 square feet. Literally every inch of the store has cases. Remember I said he discounts all his wines and liquors? You can barely walk in the store without coming to all of these wines and liquors that are being sold at discount. It's not, and he's doing $3.5 million, and he increased $450,000. There's just so much area in this industry that he can pursue, and he thought that would be a great opportunity for his son to pursue that. He doesn't have to compete with him. Let him go into that kind of area.
So are any of these stores bulletproof?
No.
They're all open?
All open.
The owner of McLean Avenue Wines was here, right?
Yes, he's here.
Where is he? Where are you, sir? So
It's the one that spoke.
yeah, no. So that's why. How big is your store?
About 800 square feet,
And what percentage of New York State wines do you have?
probably about 7 or 8%.
I can personally vouch to the fact I went into McLean Wines and Liquors. It was probably around November, December, because, again, this was going to be a tough call with regards to public convenience and advantage. I went in and I asked I forget if it was the owner there or not, can I have a New York wine? He said, no, I'm sorry, we don't have any. Then he said, oh my God, I forgot, we do have one bottle on the shelf. And he went to the bottle, and I took the only bottle that he had, and I purchased it. So I was physically there in November, December to specifically request that. And there was only one bottle there at that shop on the day that I visited, and I purchased that bottle.
I don't believe I was the clerk that served you, but we do have more. We currently have Bully Hill, Wagner, Salmon Run, Lamoureux Landing wines from the Finger Lakes, Pindar, Duck Walk.
All right. Thank you. So geographically, when I look at this map, you've got Van Cortlandt Park on one side. You've also got Hillview Reservoir. So it's not as if you're kind of surrounded by, I think, more residential type areas, and it's reflected partly in the non-increase or slight increases, 1% increase in the past couple of years. And given that there's 5 stores within 1 mile and another new store 1.4 miles away on Kimball Avenue that was licensed.
Chairman, I was the attorney for Kimball Avenue. That was a transfer, not a new application.
Oh, transfer meaning it moved over there, correct?
No, no.
Oh, no, it was
he
just
bought.
licensed?
It was licensed for many
Okay,
years.
stand
It was bought.
corrected. So the fact that it exists 1.4 miles away, which makes it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 within 1.4 miles, I just don't really see the added convenience, public convenience and advantage to granting this license at this time, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. I mean, looking at the map, it's surrounded by 4 other stores, and then the 974 McLean store is literally just over 600 feet away, or 670 feet away. And while there are increases in sales, they're not so significant that would indicate to me that they need another liquor store there, given that the population has gone up, from what you're telling me, 4%, or estimated 4% since the last 2010 census. So I'm going to vote to deny as well. Do you want these maps back, Mr. Lynn?
They're so nice.
You have very good maps.
We are keeping one.
Yeah, you have. I wish everybody used your maps.
No, we have one. Thank you.
One, thank you. 955 INA Superstore. It's Empire Wine and Liquor Superstore.
White Plains.
White Plains?
Mr.
No,
Romano's
I don't think it was
case.
you. Mr. Romano? Not here?
I didn't see him today.
I didn't see him either.
Who signed it in?
No, no,
Oh.
you did opposition.
Uh-oh. It's like helping people cut the line.
No. I'm in opposition.
Oh, opposition.
Yeah.
Signed it in, so when the
I
other
see.
guy
Well,
came in,
that's
he
why I
could
don't
get out
have to stand
earlier.
around for
Right.
these other guys that come in at 4 o'clock
Well,
in the afternoon.
we got to wait for him or find out where he is.
I don't believe he's coming.
No, he would be here by now.
He would be.
He gets here at 7.
And he's not asking for
Not that I
Heard from him.
okay.
I'm sending him an email right now.
We can do it
All
then.
right, we'll recall. You want to do it, or you want to recall?
We can recall. Go ahead.
Oh, we're going to recall?
Yeah, we'll recall
We'll
it.
see if we can reach out to him. Okay. 1011 Velasquez Deli. There you go.
What happened to 952?
Stuck to you?
55 and 952.
Yeah, you stuck two together?
That's not.
And 952. What about 952?
Okay.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Louis E. Rodriguez on behalf of the applicant.
So let me just ask, did we get anything from the mayor?
Not that I am, nothing.
Oh, wait. So it's over here, 952. I see. Nothing from the mayor?
And this place has never been licensed, correct?
No, never.
It's a deli now, though?
Yes, it is.
Closing at 9?
9 PM, correct.
Have you spoken with the mayor's office?
We went before the pre-planning board, and it was approved because it was a old established business. So we just had to go before pre-planning to transfer everything into the new one. That was-
Okay, I'll vote to approve and waive the 2-restroom rule.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
I have an email from Mr. Romano on the other matter. He says he was not retained to do the appearance, though he is watching us in his jeans. No, he didn't say that about the jeans.
Does he have a recommendation?
Sure he does.
Yes, next one, 952 New Beginnings Grocery.
Yes, for a new beginning.
So 11 p.m. close time?
Yes, it's a deli, correct.
Does he have any involvement with the previous owner?
No, it was vacant when he took it over.
But he previously was canceled for food stamps, right? Illegal.
The predecessor?
Previous
No.
licensee.
Was that
Yeah.
previous?
10, 13, 15.
Oh, that was at the premise,
Yeah,
not.
not the app.
Okay. And he has no relation, never worked there?
No.
And we have nothing from the mayor?
Do you have anything for the mayor on 950?
Nope, I don't have anything from Mayor at all.
Have you had anything from the mayor?
We go before pre-planning and planning board.
And that got
They
approved?
Yes.
All right.
All right, I'll approve.
All right, approved.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, here we go.
So we recalling this one?
Yes.
Okay, that's 955 on recall, INA Superstore. Mr. Lynn? And how you make out?
I'm getting to learn my lesson. I may just protest totally and forget about application. So what are
Or
we doing now?
you could go to a different region.
Just lost a lot of
I thought you said we could go into a different business.
All right.
So what are we doing?
We're going to hear from you.
You, why you're opposing this?
Be brief.
You know I'm always brief.
No, you
No,
aren't.
you're not.
So I'm the attorney for Monty and Payal, the third closest store to the applicant herein. As far as saturation, I have the GIS map lamp site proximity report attached to Exhibit 1. That happens to be important because it does show that there are 7 operating stores within 1.8 miles of applicant in a somewhat area of the village of Elmsford and westerly boundary of White Plains.
I have 4. What are the others? CNS, Westchester Wine Warehouse,
Right on the,
Monty and Payel, and then Hartsdale
Hartsdale.
Wine.
Then we have Emirati Beverage LLC, which is 1.8 miles. Elmsford Discount Liquors, 1.81 miles. JSJ Wine and Liquors, 1.83.
Okay.
And then I included also, because I'm somewhat familiar, this is where my office is, Destination Wine and Liquors, which is right on Terrytown Road, and I appended a copy of that distance and area survey. It's on my area survey. It's 2.23 miles away, and the reason why I put it is because it's on Terrytown Road, so you go straight from applicant. It's a straight drive down Terrytown Road, maybe about 5-6 minutes away on a drive. In addition to that, it happens to be a warehouse store. It's 5,000 square feet. So I thought in the context of all of these stores being in the village of Elmsford and the town of Greenburgh, is important to be able to have that on the map, and the reason being is that the stores, the applicant store here is 8,000 square feet.
I got 6,400, but nonetheless, it's still very big, yeah.
Right down Terrytown Road at Westchester Wine Warehouse, that is a superstore that has, as you see on your sales figures, 17 million in sales, which came down to 6.
Okay, let me interrupt you. The applicant is not here, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
All right, well, and I say, on my presentation, without speaking any further, I would request that it be denied.
Thank you.
All right.
I learned fast.
I mean, given the proposed location, we have 4 stores that are within 1.9 miles, representing over 16,000 square feet of licensed premises. The sales have been showing slight increase, but if you take into consideration a slightly wider area, the number of stores that are servicing this community seems more than ample at this time. The population from 2000 to 2010 has shown a decrease in the census, and so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well on the same grounds.
Thank you.
Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, when you use those, the map, do you use Google distance when you draw your map?
Landis Simon is the company I do.
Okay.
And yes, he does use Google.
Okay, good, thank you.
Specifically because the numbers of in-towns are in.
Right. That map is very helpful, thank you.
979, SRG Fire Island.
Can we do both of these at the same time?
Do it at the same time.
Yeah, where's the other one?
The other is Sun Spirits.
What's it called?
Sun Spirits.
Right now.
Sun Spirits right next to it, yep.
So the only,
78.
oh, go ahead, put your name on the record and I'll
Hi,
make it.
Martin Mailer, Mailer Musemi. This is somewhat unusual. I'm
Right.
standing up for 2.
Right, so the only thing I want to understand is Saltaire used to exist, Sun Spirit used to exist, Saltaire got blown away by Hurricane Sandy, Sun Spirit wants to move where Saltaire is, and somebody new's coming into where Sun Spirit was, correct? And they've been around for many years?
You've had that almost right.
Almost right?
Yeah, the person that's coming back to Bay Harbor used to own it before the one in Sun Spirit. So he's actually coming back to his old spot.
But in terms of the physical locations, the two places has existed for how many years?
Everything
How many years?
He's existed since 75.
Well, Saltaire and Sun Spirit, how long did they coexist for?
75,
70, since 1975?
It's Fair Harbor.
Yeah, Fair Harbor is 75. Saltaire is a very old one too. I don't know the exact time. The only reason Saltaire is
You're
not.
talking about the store or the town?
The store. Yeah, I just want to know because Saltaire existed for how long alongside Sun Spirit?
I don't know the exact time.
Approximately,
I would say about 20 years.
Saltaire's 80. Okay, so like
Bottom
30,
line is you
okay,
two
bottom
guys
line.
are fine.
Right.
Having two
That's what-
stores.
right.
All right.
There's no
So
opposition.
we-
Both seasonal, I take it? You hand your
Well,
licenses in?
no, they hand, well, you can't have, unfortunately, there's no seasonal.
Well, you
liquor
hand your
license,
license in?
Yeah, his license is sitting in
Safekeeping?
safekeeping as we speak.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll approve both licenses.
I approve.
Thank you very much. Right on.
That's the guy that owns your kitchen. The guy,
973 Home Run KTV.
This is my partner's case. I'm just standing up to hear what you're going to do with it.
what do you want us to do?
I'm sorry.
To
This
be
is your
honest,
partner's
I don't
case?
know what was done, so
This is so
I believe
confusing
the charges
'cause
weren't sustained, is that correct?
They were not sustained, but they
it's
were.
a tough.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed.
I have no comment one way or the other.
I vote to dismiss both.
All right, dismiss.
Thank you. And that's it for me.
That's it for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. 1009 Brooklyn Synergy Wine and Liquors.
Mr. Sussman's very last liquor store in front of us ever.
Good afternoon, Jerome Sussman for the applicant.
Really?
Saying that for a while.
That's
Promises this time.
this is your last application.
This is my last liquor store application.
What are you going to do?
What's that?
What are you going to do
He's just going to do OP.
when you
license.
retire? I mean,
I still haven't figured that out, and I'm so close that it's scary.
So before you get going,
Middle-aged guy like me retiring, it's difficult.
let us hear from these two gentlemen.
All right.
Did you get these?
Maybe.
Yeah, we did. From Andrew Park.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrew Park, in opposition, representing Arrow Wine and Liquor. Sorry. I
So
have to do
before
this on the last application.
before you get going, is Fig Tree Cafe Wine and Spirit is closed, correct?
Yes, they closed.
And what about Utica Liquors?
Utica Liquors, I'm not
Do you know if they're open or not? There are?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
The basis of our protest in opposition is proximity and demographics. Since 2000 to 2010, there's been a decrease of about 2.9% in the population in the Flatlands area of Brooklyn. There's been no new housing starts or anything of that sort to speak of.
Where are you getting those numbers?
I'm using the New York City Census. I figured that would be more relevant to this opposition, considering.
But do you have any more recent numbers? Those are 2010 numbers.
Yes, my as far as population, it only goes up to 2010. But as far as housing is concerned, it goes out to 2013. And you could see that even with the total housing units, you've only seen a 1.7% increase in the total number of development from 2000 to 2013. There's been no movement as far as people moving into the area. We've got 6 stores within a 3/4 mile radius of the proposed applicant. Fig Tree used to be, was maybe 180 feet from the proposed applicant. They recently closed, I believe, in 2014 is what my client is telling me. There was another store also on Avenue N. It was Corner Liquor. It was on Avenue N and 53rd, and they closed around 2013 as well. The sales reports from the closest stores all show a slight increase, but I think part of that can be attributable to the recent closings of these 2 stores. Given the fact that we have a decrease in population over the 10-year period, no new development, we have many empty stores all along Flatbush and Avenue N. The new applicant is pretty much taking over space that
Fig Tree had. They're similar in size. Don't know why Fig Tree closed, but, you know, 2 stores closing within a 3-year period, and the number of stores that are currently servicing the area, I don't believe that any public convenience and advantage would be served by adding another store of approximately the same size of the store that just recently closed.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Most of our customers are stable. You know, this store been there for a long time, and we spoke.
Yeah, you got to speak into the microphone. Raise your voice.
Sorry. I said most our customers stable, the same customer most time, you know, because there's no new customer move in, you know. And we spoke to them, most of them driving, so, and like, because their store seems like only like 4 blocks away. For driving, only takes like not even 2 minutes to reach the store, you know, so it's gonna hurt a lot, you know.
Okay.
So I think that's most, and you know, we have good communication with customer, and every time they have like they ask for new wines or, you know, stuff, new wines or other, you know, and we would get it for them. So that's why the business, you know, slightly going up a little bit. Also, other 2 stores maybe would make our business, you know, the growth go up a little bit. I think that's the 2 reasons.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
20.
Are any of these stores, the closest stores, bulletproof, or are they all open?
They're all bulletproof.
They're all
as far as I
bulletproof.
know. Yes. You have an open store or bulletproof?
Yeah, only the one on Avenue N and Rock.
Yeah,
It's
B&K.
bulletproof. They just put the bulletproof, I think, last year, earlier last year, or end of.
So I'm not getting, so who's bulletproof and who isn't?
V&K is the store that.
V and D, you mean V and D? So they're bulletproof.
No, the one on Avenue N and 59.
Arrow Wine?
No, Arrow Wine is
I think it's a B&K.
All right, wait, one of you should talk, please. And Avenue N is Arrow Wine. So if you keep saying Avenue N, that's Arrow Wine. Is that bulletproof? All right, we have V&D, but V&K, so V&K is bulletproof, and everything else is open? So V&D that we have is V&K, or V&D.
And your client's going to be open?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, first of all, the closest store here is being Arrow Liquors, increased their sales from 2014 to 2015 by 20%. You have, I have the census figures here for 2010 and 2013.
We do too now.
That show a 9.65% increase.
That's what we thought, okay.
The Fig Tree store is 180 feet from the store we're applying to, and my client went to the landlord to rent that store, figuring it was a liquor store and it would be a good place to apply. The landlord said he had put the people out of 3 stores that are in his building, and he's combining all 3 stores, and he wants to take in 1 large tenant into the store. So the owner of the Fig Tree, the principal of the Fig Tree, the landlord said he moved down south, and that's why, since he was put out of the building anyway, he's no longer even in the city of New York. So we're looking to take the same clientele that Fig Tree had, and we want to open up, this is a walking clientele. This is not necessarily a driving area for the local community, but it's also Flatbush Avenue, which is the busiest commercial street in all of Brooklyn. So we have, in addition to the people that live in a neighborhood or are not going to get into a car to drive any place, we have, in addition, the transient driving traffic that is going up and down Flatbush Avenue.
Mr. Sussman, your client lives in New Jersey.
We
Why
believe
this
that
location?
the
Mr.
store-
Sussman. Sorry. Your client lives in New Jersey. Why this location?
Why? Because she did live in Brooklyn, and she knows the area, and she believes that this is an area that she can come in, build a business, and be independent and not be employed and be concerned about an employer terminating her because of layoffs in any industry. We also have another story here. That this was the store at 3511 Avenue S. That store had a 50% increase in sales from 2012 to 2015. So we're not talking about stores that have minimal sales or flat sales or decreasing sales. We have stores in the area that have increasing sales, and some of them increasing exponentially. So this area, as I said, with a 9.65% increase in population, and the fact that a store 180 feet away from us closed not because they were not doing business, but because the landlord put them out, we want to be able to serve that community, and we believe that it would serve public convenience and advantage to grant this license.
Okay, thank you.
So will you be working at this location? Yes. Yeah? Are you moving to Brooklyn then, or are you just going to commute?
I actually have a Google map showing that it's an hour and 5 minutes from her house to the store.
Without traffic?
Which is faster than it takes me to get in from Long Island to Manhattan.
And are you going to operate with a manager or just by yourself, with your spouse or?
The manager.
The manager? Do you have any prior experience? Do you have a manager who does have prior experience lined up? Okay. Mr. Park, the V&K and V&D actually are two different stores. That V&K is not one of the four closest. V&D is. So V&D is not bulletproof, correct? Okay, so only V&K is correct. And then just for future reference, the population numbers, the same tab, if you just go to 2013, you can get it all out. It would have saved us looking it up, but all right, ready?
Yep.
Okay, so Fig Tree Cafe Wine and Spirit has closed. There are several other stores in close proximity, but in general, sales have been rising, and then most significantly, the population has increased almost over 9% over the past 3 years, showing a lot more activity in this area. And I believe that there will be a public convenience and advantage to come in and, number one, replace Fig Tree, but also to service the growing population, rapidly growing population. So I vote to approve this.
I'll vote to approve as well, given the rising population numbers. All of the nearest stores have strong rising sales, and the closest store recently closed. But in the last 2 years, it's gone up significantly. I realize they dropped from 13 to 15, but from 14 to 15, it's gone up. So in the increasing sales, and most importantly, the rise in population and the closing of Fig Tree Cafe Wine and Spirits, I see that there is a public convenience and advantage, so I'll vote to approve.
And just to
So you
address-
won your last licensing application.
And just to
probably
address-
your first since I've been here, so.
And just to
I
address,
don't think so, but very close.
I'm kidding, yeah.
wait, just to address 2088 Flatbush Avenue.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm kidding. 2088 Flatbush Avenue, which is
Young
only.
guy like me, and you talk like that, you could convince me to retire based on that.
No, best of luck to you.
Yes, best of luck.
Thank you.
But for the record, anyway, 2088 Flatbush Avenue was denied in 2012, which is only 0.3 miles away, but I think the population increase is why we're approving.
And the cafe
And the
store was open then.
Yes. So, thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck, Mr. Sussman.
958 Strong Spirits.
Good afternoon. I'm Joel Paulino, the applicant for Strong Spirits LLC.
We have opposition, so we're going to hear from them first.
Morning, Robert Swetnick. I represent Palace Wine and Liquors. You also have representatives here from First KBJ, R&S Liquors, Local, Corcho, and I have letters from some of the other ones in the area. Basically, this is a situation where there was one of the closest stores was granted its license in 2013, and two of the others opened up in, I guess, the end of 2013 and one in 2014. So you have basically three of them since.
Well, I don't see what you're
Where's
talking.
the third one?
Well, you have Palace, which opened in January of 14.
Correct.
You have R&S, which was August of 13.
No, that was already licensed as a
Corcho.
store since 2008.
But he
It's
came
just
in.
a new
though.
owner,
And
right?
It's just a new owner,
Right.
2000. So there's only two.
And Corcho, I believe.
Right. Corcho's the second one.
All these stores offer basically everything that the applicant wants to do, which is tasting, all brands, delivery, et cetera. Basically, they're open stores except for First KBJ and one of the other ones, which I'm told is going to be converting from closed bulletproof to open store this summer when business slows down. I guess the most important thing is it's a walking area. Less than a year ago, there was an application before you, 1 block away from E&O Wines and Liquors. And Commissioner Kim was very eloquent then, and he reviewed the information.
And I'm not now.
And that point was you had someone who worked in the area and a couple who resided in the area, and he explained how he thought that they would be very good applicants, but that there was not a need for another local liquor store, especially when you consider, and again, that was 1 block away. If you look at the local liquor stores, the closest liquor stores are basically encircle where the applicant is. It's the same thing you have here. You have the 5 closest stores, really the 6 closest, surround where this applicant is. So this store would take business away from each of these stores, none of which are thriving. There's no new buildings going up in the area. While the area is gentrifying, the business of none of the stores is greatly increasing. So we do not think that there's any public convenience or advantage being served by this store any more than there was by E&O, which was denied less than a year ago for the exact same reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of them need to say anything, or you? Oh, okay. I didn't know you were here. You all get to talk if you need to. Go ahead.
Good morning. Most importantly, first is that Commissioner Kim is still very eloquent.
Thank you. Flattery will get you nowhere. Yes.
Well, it's worth a shot. Mr. Swetnick hit on a lot of the big points here. Joseph Levy here as counsel for R&S Liquors. You're right, this was a transfer, but it still was a new business for him getting in there. The person who was there previously didn't exactly leave the store. And in really an up and running good situation, so it took a little bit for him to get on his feet, as you can see by the gross sales numbers. All of the close stores here are relatively small footprints, 570, 600, 781, 1,200 square feet. They also all have extremely modest sales. Some of them are trending downward, some of them are relatively stagnant, but they're all very modest. This is not a neighborhood that's going through an economic boom. There's no brand new residential development boom happening here. There's no great reason for another store to be added here. If you look at all these stores plotted on a map, you're essentially looking to put a store in the middle of a circle of the 4 or 5 that are already existing and are already small and struggling. So I would say that there doesn't seem to be a great convenience and advantage put forth here by the addition of a new store to a neighborhood that's already pretty well saturated.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm representing Culture Wines and Liquors, 2402 Amsterdam Avenue, and I'm opposing this application mostly because of what the other lawyer said. There's nothing new that this applicant's going to offer the community because the store that I represent is an open floor, is an open store. We do deliveries. We do tasting every weekend. We have all types of wines and spirits, and plus our sales. We only been in business for about 2 years and a few months, and our sales are still the same. There's no big development in the area. We haven't seen no increase yet. And I asked the board, just like this is the third time that I'm here, I asked the board like the last 2 times that the board deemed that the area was saturated with liquor stores. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos. I represent R&S Liquor Store. We've basically been in business since 2013, and that
Is this your client, Mr. Levy? Oh, you're going to add anything different than he said already, or?
Well, basically, one of the things I wanted to add, I'm basically from the neighborhood. My 2 daughters were born in Presbyterian Hospital, so I've been in Manhattan for over 20 years. And basically, all these businesses I knew before I came into business. And one of the ideas was that we wasn't trying to add up something new. So there wasn't a system store when we took over. So basically, we've basically been in business, like I said, 3 years, and we're trying to get up our fee and get off our, the debt that we're still going through. And that's basically what I wanted to add at this point.
Okay, thank you.
They just want, on the record, you have First KBJ and local representatives here too. They're adding the same thing.
Okay, great, thank you.
And you said these are all open stores, correct?
His store is not. First KBJ isn't.
First
Mr.
KBJ
Swetnick,
is.
can you stand at the microphone?
Just so we can get it on the record.
Mrs. Swetnick, can you just, yeah. So you said First KBJ's Bullet and what else?
First KBJ is bulletproof, and the other one, I believe, is.
Porcho is Bullet,
No,
open,
Porcho's
sorry.
open. R&S is this summer becoming open.
Summer, it's becoming open. All right. So only First KBJ, right?
And the others are all open.
Huh, yeah, okay.
Okay,
All right.
sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joel Paulino. I'm the applicant for Strong Spirits LLC at 1329 St. Nicholas Avenue, store number 9. The store will be 1,045 square feet. 700 square feet is the sales space. 345 square feet will be storage in the basement. I believe the store is in the benefit of the public because there's 2 supermarkets. There's a supermarket. There's 2 supermarkets on the street. I'm looking for them to be my customers, and the neighborhood is very densely populated, and I believe there's space for all the businesses in the area. There's no other liquor stores on St. Nicholas Avenue from 170th Street all the way up to, I believe, 184th Street. Most of the liquor stores are on Broadway. They're within close proximity, but it's 3 blocks away from me.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, in May of 2015, I don't recall exactly how I said it, but I was allegedly eloquent. But no, I think the issue here is that the location you're proposing is just right in the middle of 5 other stores that kind of surround you, and all of those stores are just 0.2 or 0.3 miles away. And sales, some have gone up, some are flat, some have gone down. I just think at this time, it's factors really haven't changed since our last denial in May 2015. Factors that we've heard, at least, and so there's nothing really that you can add, I think, to promote public convenience and advantage. So I would recommend that if you're looking to open up a liquor store, to continue the search for another venue, because at this location, I'm going to have to deny.
I'm going to deny as well. As he pointed out, this isn't about your ability or our questioning whether you have the ability to run a store. It's this location. We just licensed 2 stores within 0.3 miles within the last 2 years, and the sales are either down, some are up, some are flat with the surrounding stores, but the location you picked is right smack in the middle of 5 of them in a circle, and it's a tough area to put a new liquor store. Just based on my experience here, everyone we look at, the sales seem to be flat or going down, which tells us that there's enough liquor stores.
Add something, sir?
Yes.
I believe that the reason that their sales aren't going up is because on Broadway there's a liquor store like every other block. I'm kind of away, and I'm going to cater to the.
But you just made my argument for me. There's too many liquor stores in that area. That's what we're saying, is that to put another one there is not going to help the situation. Even if we put it 3 blocks away, it's going to make the situation worse. So based on that, and based on the fact that we did just deny one only a block away just over or almost a year ago, I'm going to vote to deny as well.
$9.49, I don't know, liquors.
All right, can we take a quick bathroom break?
Yes.
Yes.
A quick bathroom break. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Allen?
We're human.
Oops, I have them.
the matter?
My dad, I was getting snippets of text.
Oh, is he all right?
Well, it's not the leukemia part, because I'm getting, how did he take the news? I don't know what you're talking about. It's his macular degeneration.
Oh.
Back today.
Can't drive anymore?
Well, he already told him that now he can barely see the food on his plate. I'm thinking, but he golfed a month ago. So I don't know. I don't know.
Mic's are on.
That's okay.
Sure? Oh, the mic's on?
Yeah.
$9.49. I don't know, liquors?
Good afternoon, Timothy Allenwick for the applicants.
I'll show him, yeah.
With me is the principal, Carmela Mancino. This is a liquor store application. I believe there's opposition.
Yeah, I think they're here. We'll hear from the opposition, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Todd Portnoff. I'm representing the owner of Long's Wines and Liquors, my wife, Heather Hamilton, who can't be here today. We are speaking in opposition because the area is already well served with 6 other stores in the near vicinity. The population hasn't been growing, and yet in the last several years, there have been a couple other stores that have been granted license, Quench and Diker Beach Wines and Spirits. To the area where they're proposing and opening a new shop, all the other ones deliver to that area, so there's no public convenience that's served by adding a new store. And we know there was another one that was in the area, Hendricks, that is no longer in business. Again, probably because there's not a market for it.
Was Hendricks right across the street?
It's within a block.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
How long, well, I do have a question. How long have you been open?
Long's Wines has been there for upwards of 30 years. We've owned it for 8.
Okay. And thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Raj Mithani. I am at McGovern's Wines and Liquors. I'm one of the closest liquor stores to the proposed location. I've been here at least 3 or 4 times in the last 3 or 4 years. Board recently, or a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, approved a liquor store, Quench Liquor, on 5th Avenue and 76, if I'm not mistaken, and that effectively directly impacted some of the liquor stores as well as Hendricks, which got shut down. Bay Ridge is a very small community. There is not real growth. I've been there. My father used to own this liquor store back in '87. It's been in the family over the years. And the neighbors changed. A lot of Middle Eastern descent has moved in. It's changed, but has not grown. If anything, the sales are flat or just about the same when calculated with inflation. Looking at the overall perspective, only thing it may do is force the other liquor stores or somebody to lose control and start selling to minors. We've been there for years. We've never done that. Don't intend to do that. but it may end up pushing another liquor store out of business if it's approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I would disagree that there's no growth. The population has increased from 2010 to 2013. There's an increase from 68,853 to 72,623, so that's over a 5% increase in just 3 years.
When did Hendricks close?
Hendricks closed, they surrendered at the end of last year. And the reason they surrendered, they put on the license, was family circumstances. They didn't put on there that it was, a lack of business or anything else.
And they would be one of the 4 closest
They're
if they were
directly
open?
across the street. They're across the street and over 2 or 3 storefronts.
Okay.
So there's, my client is stepping directly into their shoes. That was a liquor store for over 40 years.
I'm good. You good?
The 4 closest.
All right, Mr. Ulrich, we have a letter here from Senator Golden also citing support for this application.
Over 100 signatures for a petition also.
Can I
Saying,
ask about the internet sales model?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry?
What is your model for internet sales?
I think it's
Mark on the application that you will be doing.
I think it's really just to push the local business. It's not going to be a lot of shipping or anything like that.
Well, you think, or what is it?
Most locally.
Just to put out the prices and local advertising.
So a website, no shipping from the store or out of state, in state? What is the model? How will it be delivered?
Locally with a driver for now.
So, given that Hendricks has closed and this store is going to be directly across from that closed location, population having increased approximately 5% in the past 3 years, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well on the same grounds, and I do want to point out that while McGovern's sales do appear to be flat, the sales of the other 3 closest stores have been steadily going up over the last 3 years. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
947, Paricio Latino Restaurant.
Remember, you saw that there's no PD objection to this. I got an email from the lieutenant.
Right, I did see that.
I said it was okay.
Oh, that's the only reason it's in front of us.
Right, right.
Good afternoon.
Can you put your name on that?
My name is Jenny Peralta. This is my father, Juan Peralta. I'm going to be translating for him.
Okay, before you say anything, my other question was, is this a corporate change, or isn't this already licensed? And you're putting another name on it?
Oh, sorry. We changed the name recently, but the location and the owner is still the same. We just changed the name.
But it was licensed before?
Yes, it was.
So why is this,
Because it's a brand-new entity.
so that's why it's in front of us?
And
Okay.
we got a 30-day, a 90-day license first, and then we just keep getting the 30 days temporary
All right, so
license.
you haven't had any, how long was it licensed before you changed the name?
¿De cuántos años era la licencia de cambiar? 9 años. 9 years.
And they didn't have any problem with us during that 9 years?
There wasn't improper conduct in '04, which might be just a late renewal or something.
Okay, that's fine, then, you don't have to look it
You're
up.
just changing your name from Latin Star Span M, basically, to Latin Star Spanish American. You're just spelling out Span M?
Oh, no, we changed the Latin Star to Paraíso Latino. So
Although you changed your corporate name. Okay,
Yes,
got it. I see, but your DBA is the same, basically.
right.
Oh, I see, okay. And
You're not
closing at-
changing the method of operation or anything?
No.
Closing at
Everything stays the same.
9:45?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
approved.
I approve.
Okay, approved.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Have a go.
957, Wine Smart LLC.
We have protesters, yes? All right, we'll hear from the protester first, please.
If I may, can I add a supplement to what I've sent in?
Sure.
Sure.
State your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Dean Moretta. I'm the owner of Vintology Wine and Spirits.
Sure, thank you. No, I think it's, I'm not sure. Are these multiple, oh, no, 2 and 3 miles,
Appreciate
okay.
it, yep. Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, New York State Liquor Authority board members. Thank you for allowing me here today. My name is Dean Moretta. I have 24 years of wine and liquor experience, working in all aspects of the industry, including retail, import, and distribution. I'm the owner of Vintology Wine and Spirits, located at 2 Palmer Avenue in Scarsdale, New York. Like I said, we have been in business since June 2008. We are a full-service retail wine and liquor store with approximately 80% wine and 20% spirits. We sell small, artisanal, and larger producers of wine and spirits from around the world, New York State wine and spirits, as well as kosher wines and sake. We provide education as well as in-store tastings provided by ourselves, our suppliers, and producers. We also deliver locally. I employ 2 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees. My store is less than 800 feet away from the proposed license. It is close enough that I can see the proposed license front door from my location. Within 2 miles of our location, there are currently 4 stores, but within 3 miles, there are 20 stores, including one owned by the applicant's family member or someone living at their home address. According to the U.S. Census, the population in Scarsdale is not growing. Growth has stayed flat since 2000 at approximately 39,000 residents of mostly single-family homes in a driving community, but with a decrease of about 1.3% of people over the age of 21. There is simply not enough business for 2 liquor stores to operate profitably this close to one another. The high turnover of liquor licenses at this location over the past 10 years is proof. My staff and I work diligently to connect with our local community, and thankfully we've been successful. But in our current economy, there are enough challenges both online and locally. The past history has shown that there's not enough traffic for both businesses to pay rent, salaries, inventories, and be profitable. For the reasons stated, I believe there's no public convenience and advantage of adding another license.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Guy Parisi. I represent the applicant. I note that the applicant will specialize in kosher wines. This shopping center, the Horseshoe Shopping Center, has expanded its, has renovated its stores, and the Seasons, which is a kosher supermarket, is expanding its size. It will have 43 employees, and it's adjacent to the applicant here. The shopping center is also adjacent to the Jewish Community Center of Scarsdale. A Google search of Cheers, the predecessor to the applicant, indicates that, I'd like to read from it, had a nice experience here at Cheers and at Vintology up the street. After inquiring about a specific kosher wine they did not carry, the owner of Vintology recommended I search here for the wine. He said that Cheers has a wider assortment of kosher to choose from, and he was right. Got what I needed, and will be back both of these fine establishments. Furthermore, I note that that Cheers, the predecessor to the applicant, was first licensed in October 1st, 1997. A year and a half later, Vintology was licensed. So at the time that Vintology was licensed, there was a liquor store in the shopping center. Since then, Vintology has moved closer to the shopping center and moved three buildings closer. In addition, they are building on the corner of Heathcote Corners additional condominiums. There was a restaurant there for many years, a very large restaurant, and they knocked it down. They're building several condominiums. I have the applicant here, and she will explain her business plan.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have a full intentions to provide services for the large Jewish community in the area, and I think, if the store...
I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing. Thank you.
Okay. The tradition for many, many years, these 2 stores coexist with each other, within the short distance, and they had, as far as I understand, had the different goals. As long as Mr. Moretta, used to provide, specific, small offering, small lot, and very boutique wine experience. The store is in a shopping center, always was providing a large selection of kosher wines to the very large Jewish community. Their Jewish community center literally across the street from the shopping center, and the large kosher supermarket will be opened next door, literally to a location that I'm asking you to give me license for. And I think it will provide a very convenient shopping experience for the all Jewish families who are looking to do one-stop shopping. I think we always had, nice somehow different approaches to provide services for the community, and I think these two stores can continue coexist as it used to be for 20 years.
So when did that other store close?
The store closed on January 31st, and
Of this year? Oh.
Yes, and the location was literally destroyed. It's demolished, and that's why.
And how far is that from your proposed location?
Is about 10 doors down. Is exactly the same shopping center. So they moved the kosher supermarket from location that is destroyed right now.
And what percentage of, you're saying you're just doing 100% kosher?
I don't know exact numbers, but I think it will be about 30 to 40% kosher wines.
30 to 40%?
Well, I have to satisfy the other needs of other customers. I don't want to turn them away from my store if I don't have something. But besides the wines, there are also kosher spirits.
And what was the percentage before for Cheers?
I didn't know the owner at the time, so I don't have this information. But as far as I know, if you when I see the reviews, it was a most extensive kosher offerings, in Westchester area, and I wish to continue that trend.
May I provide?
Sure. Is it accurate that there were 5 liquor stores at either 1070 to 1072 Wilmot Road that have closed in the last 10 years?
They changed the ownerships, but I'm not sure they were closed.
I believe we submitted a letter from the landlord explaining the reason for the Cheers, the last store closing, that the owner had another job. He was a night trader and could not devote the time to the store, as well as the fact that his employer, for liability purposes, did not want him to be in the have a liquor license. In addition, we did submit some petitions from shoppers in that shopping center requesting that they return the liquor store.
Does she have any experience in this business?
I'll let her answer that.
I have extensive knowledge of wines and spirits.
From where?
Well, it's generally my hobby, but I have a
You just like to read about wines and spirits?
and drink them too.
Well, that makes me an expert then too.
If you want to ask me,
Have you ever worked in a liquor store?
not officially. Yes, I did help in the liquor store, but no.
Does one of your relatives own a liquor store?
My domestic partner owns one.
Who? Your who?
Her domestic partner.
Oh.
It has been licensed, the location that 1070, 1072, but it's sporadic. One application was canceled for non-bona fide back in 2011.
And then the other one was just surrendered?
It appears. Well, we had, it's more internal.
Can I ask you a question? What is your kosher wine situation?
I sell about 4 to 8%, depends on the season.
And what about Zacky's?
Zacky's, I'm not sure right now what their selection is.
Is there a wine that they don't have?
I used to work there, and they pretty much have everything.
Okay.
And just for the record, my store was open in 2008.
Okay, thank you.
1998.
My search of the liquor store record said that Heathcote Corners Wine and Liquor, filing date 10/1/1997.
He's saying he bought it 8 years ago.
Okay.
So can I ask you actually another question about the kosher wines at Cheers? So what kind of, you had actually referred someone according to this review,
I
which
did.
may or may not be true, but so what kind of a selection did they have?
They had more of a selection than I did because it is pretty much a kosher shopping center, but there really is not enough business for two stores to be there. I think one of the downfalls of Cheers being there prior was that there's just not enough business for kosher wines, even though it is a kosher-centric shopping center.
And what percentage of yours is kosher again?
Anywhere between 4% and 8%, and it depends on the season.
Okay.
And I did recommend a customer go down there because they had a wine that I didn't have, so.
And so
Thanks.
yep, okay.
As I pointed out earlier, Seasons is a kosher supermarket and has 43 employees. It's just expanded. It's one of the largest kosher supermarkets in New York State, I'm told. And it's the anchor of that shopping center.
Okay. But so we established that these other 5 have shut down in the past 10 years? Yeah. All right. If we were here, I think looking at a very boutique, just kosher only type premise, I think there's more of an argument for public convenience and advantage. But I think given the declining sales of the other 3, aside from Vintology, and with Zacky's with being such a, I guess, big presence there as well and supplying kosher wine, this footprint of 2,000 square feet, I just don't know if, given the history of the other 5 stores that have kind of closed along the way, if this area has already reached a point of saturation in terms of non-kosher wines. And so with that, the population hasn't really gone up much since 2000. There's a slight increase. I looked it up. There's a slight increase from 2010 to 2014, but very minimal. And so I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. Other than Vintology, the sales of the other 3 closest, including Zacky's, are down significantly. We just issued a license in 2012, and it's obvious that's one of the 4 closest, and it's obvious that the opening of that store did have an effect on the other close stores. And with a store this size, which is over 2,000 square feet, I just don't see the need for it at this time, given the sales numbers. So I'm going to vote to deny. You have to talk in the microphone. I can't hear you.
Didn't exactly understand, when you refer to the store, the size of the store is 2,000 square feet. It's less than 1,200 square feet, the store.
How much?
1,200. It's 20 by 60. I mean, and it still has some utility.
Right, so that's a 2,000 square foot store, so at least 1,500 of it is retail space?
No, it's not 2,000, it's 20 by 60,
Oh,
1,200.
20 by 60? Why do your application says 2,090?
Because I believe it's include the basement space, which is not retail space.
Even if that is the case, I believe you. That wouldn't have changed my decision.
Me neither.
And
it's just the sales numbers. They're dropping, and it doesn't really promote for another store.
I believe I have extensive, from the local businesses and from the community, it's like a request for this store to be open in there. I don't know if you saw the paperwork.
We have everything that was handed to us, so that I can.
And also.
You have your signatures, and we took all of that into account.
And another thing, when you're saying that the previous stores were closed, I believe they changed the ownership, and I never heard about them being actually closed. The only last owner returned the license for the sake of because he didn't have the time to attend to the business.
Okay.
Thank you.
951 Haselina Bar Lounge. Change in the method of op.
Good afternoon, Miguel A. Sang.
Okay, so the community board raised some strong objection. Basically, you took what was supposed to be a lounge and turned it into a club with DJs, according to them.
Yes, we were using DJs. I was fined for it. It was a mistake on my accountant's part, where he did not check off the method of operation. He just left it empty. And we were told that we had the right to, run the place in that way.
Empty?
So it was all a big mistake.
Do you have the
I
original
also have letters if I can approach.
Sure.
attached? Thank you. Okay, thank you. You can leave that here. Thank you.
I've never had a problem at my location. I did get some fines not too long ago, and it was because of the DJ and overcapacity. I didn't know that employees were included in the capacity of the establishment. So I was fined for that. It was just 4 employees.
I mean, there was police reports. They said that you were fined also for no security guard, unlicensed security guard.
Well, he was licensed. He didn't have his license on him. It was taken care of in court.
Somebody got hit with a bottle, and employees were not cooperative. This is all according to the police.
I don't know. I never had
a man was shot.
situation.
There was a show-in establishment, and performer was shot and killed 1 block away.
No, actually, it was about 5 blocks away, and I was closed. And I cooperated with police. I was closed at 2:30. That incident happened at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it had nothing to do with my establishment. Unfortunately, somebody put out an article on the internet stating that he was followed out and shot a block down from my establishment, and that's where all my problems began.
Yeah, but at Club Miami, it was a focal point for police attention last year.
Club what?
Club Miami, Inc.
I have nothing to do with Club Miami.
We have him as the licensee.
You're the licensee.
I am not.
What's your name again?
Miguel A. Sang.
What about your partner, Dane?
I bought the business from them a while ago, and it's we're under a change of corporation. It's in the
We have that?
process. You should have it.
Marrero was the owner of licensee of Club Miami, not this.
Correct.
But do we have, but he's saying he doesn't even own, that Marrero doesn't own this license with him anymore.
Right. It's in the process of being changed.
It was
It's
denied
been-
in November of 2015.
Correct, because I was there was a process going on, they said, because of the
Disciplinary.
disciplinary.
Wait, so you're going to own this club by yourself
Yes, sir.
without Mr. Marrero?
Correct. I'm the more responsible one. That's why we bought them out.
You have a contract where you bought them out?
Yes. It's all, you guys should have everything, actually. Yes.
Corporate change application.
Oh. And he's not going to have anything to do with this?
Nothing at all. They're very irresponsible. They almost, drowned my business. And I've been in this business since 19 with my father, another bar. And I work very closely with the community board. The majority of my clientele is police officers, city workers, correctional officers. I also do volunteer work for the ambulance, and so I'm very close to city workers. The reason I'm asking is, for a change of method of operation is because my business is going down. I have no adult entertainment like karaoke or anything of that sort. So I'm losing a lot of business. I can't compete with the other bars around me because everybody has DJs, karaoke, you know. And I also work very closely with the captain of the precinct,
You have anything
Mr. Keith Walton.
Do you have anything in writing from him?
I do not, but I can get. I have plenty of texts I could show you between me and him. He's very supportive of me, and he knows I'm very responsible.
You can have this back because this is the original. It's a city council citation.
Okay, yep.
All right, well, you know, I was going to deny this because of the history. But if your partner, who seems to have been the one more responsible for all of these violations, is no longer involved.
Correct.
At all whatsoever. You know,
If I could just say, my father owned the bar himself, and I was helping him at his place, and that's where all the problems began because we left him alone to run the place. We trusted him.
so you're going to be open 12 to 4 every day?
We're looking to open up from 12 to 4 because we sell a lot of food. The majority of my sales is food.
Oh.
So that's the only reason we're looking to open up at 12, so we could serve more food and so on.
And you know, when we have karaoke and live music, you know you're going to have dancing. Do you have a cabaret license?
I do not have a cabaret license. We control that. Basically, we get a lot of people from the neighborhood that want to do like baby showers, baptisms, and
Well, not
stuff
till
like
4
that.
a.m.
No, not till 4 a.m. Of course not. Usually that's between 5 till 9. We don't do that during the night.
All right, look, you know, please give me a letter from the police captain, you said, of the precinct, and continue. Yeah, that's a condition of me granting this, and I'll, you know, give you a chance, but you're going to be on a short lease because even though that was your partner, you were on the license, and
No, that's fine. I understand 100%.
oh, he wasn't on that one, but the other one too yeah, you still had prohibited sales, failure to conform to application, max occupancy, so, and a non-bona fide, right?
This isn't 500 feet, right?
This isn't 500 feet, which is why, if it were, I think it'd be a lot harder, but it's not, so I'm willing to give a chance.
Can I just show you the texts from me and the captain?
No, it's a condition, you just have to get a letter from him.
Just a letter from him? Okay.
In support.
No problem.
We'll send you a letter saying you can't make the change until we receive that letter from.
Okay.
I'll vote to approve as well on the same grounds with the same condition.
Okay, good luck.
So you got to get
Thank you
the
very
letter.
much. Appreciate it.
Get that letter.
$9.50 El Nuevo Morazan Grocery.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Marty. I'm here with Rosalie Alvarez from El Nuevo Morazan.
Did you get approval from the planning board, Hempstead Planning Board? Oh, you don't need,
May 6th.
you have a May 6th hearing?
Right.
Yeah, we don't have any of that information. I'm gonna hold it over.
Did you?
Is it currently licensed, this place?
It was licensed to Eagle Grocery, and Rosalie is purchasing from Eagle Grocery.
Yes.
Oh, so it is currently licensed.
All right,
oh,
so I'm
okay.
good with
All right, yeah, I'm good. All right, well, we'll approve.
I approve.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
1022 Fanau Incorporated.
Do we have any protesters? No.
I don't know. There was a letter in opposition, but I don't know if he's here.
Put your name on the record, please.
But in my letter, yes, I'm sorry, Timothy Allenwick for the applicant, and with me is the principal, Stefan Filippi. The store that put in the letter in opposition is almost a half a mile away. It's 2 Long Avenue blocks away. So on Google Maps, it was 0.4 miles. And that store's had increasing sales, which I document in my letter. So from 2012, it goes from 316,000 to 567,000. And each year in between, there's an incremental increase, 12%, 24%, 28%. The closest store just opened, but again, that's a bulletproof store.
Which one? ZE is bulletproof?
ZE, I believe that's bulletproof.
Is KK Liquor Enterprises or Mega Liquors open? Malcolm X Boulevard?
I'm not sure. But I also put in my letter, there's been a significant increase in the population from 2000 to 2013, it's over 10%. And at the Department of Buildings in 2015, I submitted a letter kind of late. I don't know if you got that yesterday.
Yes.
The building permit applications in the city, the most were filed for Bedford-Stuyvesant, which is my clients within this neighborhood, and that was 33 applications. So that was more than Bushwick and Williamsburg, although those are more units, probably.
So I think this is kind of the location issue. It's like kind of in the middle of the 4 closest. It's like a dot right in the middle.
Well, the only one who opposed there's, I think, Lewis Avenue.
Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, on Marcus Garvey. And it's a long walk. It's almost a 10-minute walk on Google Map. I think it's a 9-minute walk, and it's 0.4 miles.
What about the others? Z and E and KK Liquor?
Well, Mr. Liquor's been steady. I mean, it was 400, then it was 398, 380 before that. That's Mr. Liquor's at 1555 Fulton.
We just opened one though, and I'm questioning whether the effect of that has really gone through yet or not.
And it's,
There's sales for that.
No, I know, but I don't know that the effect on the other stores, I don't know that we've seen it. Well, and plus, some of the other stores, we don't see anything.
Well, so the only one that's really competition is the one who opposed, because that's a wine shop. And this is going to be a wine shop. My client's run a wine shop before. He's run a wine bar.
Well, I see that. He seems to change jobs every 2 or 3 years.
Well, I think he had an opportunity to sell it, the wine shop, and he sold it.
This will be his 4th license? Is that?
Third license?
Yes.
4th different.
I'm sorry, so this should be the third. Second wine shop.
Lena Love. Vadim Wine Limited.
Oh, you're right.
And Ella Elka.
So is he flipping these on his own, or is that kind of your business model? You build something and then you sell it?
I sell it sometimes.
It's okay. I mean, that's what you do, but you build up the business and you sell it. That's why you're changing over a lot.
Was Vadim Wine a wine store?
Yes.
Where was that?
It's on Franklin Avenue.
How close to this? Another neighborhood?
I mean, it's Bed-Stuy, but like 10 minutes, 15 minute driving.
A mile?
It was in Bed-Stuy as well?
It was Vadim Wine.
But it was a 10 or 15 minute drive?
Walk, he said.
No, drive. I don't think, is Bed-Stuy that big?
Bed-Stuy's big.
305 Franklin Avenue.
305. 305 Franklin Avenue.
Bed-Stuy is spread out, because in that article I gave you, they describe a Kane Street development, which to me is like Park Slope as at the border of Bed-Stuy. So it is pretty spread out.
Well, that changes things.
So the others.
Okay, no, I'm good.
You're not bulletproof?
Oh, absolutely not.
All right. Okay, we're good. The two closest stores, it's apparently both bulletproof. This store is not going to be a bulletproof store. We had just licensed a store in June 2014, 0.6, but it's 0.6 miles away. And given the population increase, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve, given that it's going to be an open store and the area is having significant resurgence. So, and that the two closest stores are bulletproof, and we like to promote the open store model. So I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
963, grocery at 1844 Nostrand.
Who's got the key?
That you?
I don't know.
For Carabello?
I've heard of it too, as far as out there.
The request for recon.
They were spread out.
I'm good with this.
Me too. Just put his name on the
All right,
record.
don't put your bag down, miss. We're good.
We're good after you put your name on the record.
Timothy Allen, look for grocery at 1844 Nostrand.
But we're not going to email please to attorneys anymore.
I don't do that, so
Granted.
thank you.
Did in this case.
And back to council's office.
$1,001, 207 and Nagel Ave Liquor Store. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You want to, never mind. We'll do that one. I'll call that one later. I had a request to call it later. How about 1007? Silhouettes? That's you, Mr. Parisi.
There I go again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. Initially, I had asked that this be put over because I had just been retained. I did have an opportunity to meet with my client prior to today, so I withdraw the over request, and we're here today at the request of the authority.
What are we?
So what do you want to do?
Is this?
Going an act?
Just, if he didn't appear, I was going to ask you if you were going to grant an adjournment.
Okay.
Here. Oh.
And the applicant is here as well.
Yeah, so what is your relationship with the previous licensee?
There's no relationship.
Speak up a little.
Do you know the previous licensee?
Huh?
Do you know the previous licensee?
No,
You don't know who they are? You've never met them? You've never talked with them? No one you know knows them?
no.
And who is Christopher Tenney?
That's my friend for 5 years.
And he loaned you
13.
$13,000?
Yes.
And what are the terms of that payback? Because my concern here is you don't even have enough money to last 2 months.
Yeah. I'm gonna pay him back. It's a personal agreement.
Is it a signed paper?
No, we just friends. We help each others.
And the prior location, Emily's, was a large source of complaint and time resource suck for council's office in closing.
How big is this place?
Small, 70 people.
70 people?
So that was my next question. You're paying $96,000 a year in rent?
24 equal uninterrupted monthly installments of $541 each month.
That's for the loan.
That's for the loan.
And am I wrong? The rent amount is $8,000 a month?
Yes.
So how are you going to afford this with $13,000?
The place is small, but it's a lot. It's really famous into Spanish people. And as soon as we opened, it was the customer that were waiting for it in food and Spanish food.
I mean, that seems like an enormous amount of rent. Do you know the landlord?
No.
Am I wrong with that?
So, and then your loan is interest-free?
Mhm.
The loan that you're receiving is interest-free?
Yes.
Okay. What does Mr. Tenney do?
He has company for gas.
For
Gas stations.
gas station? And so do you have any previous experience working in this industry?
Yes, I used to work at Chili's bar restaurant, and I started as preparation for food, and then I moved to the kitchen, and then I was doing bartending, and then I kind of was doing like assistant manager job.
This is
A dance club.
Do you plan on using promoters?
Huh?
Do you plan on using promoters?
Not really.
Not really?
But
Are you aware of the history this place had?
little bit.
What do you mean a little bit? You know that it was closed, that we shut it?
No. I knew about the Spanish restaurant and then food.
How come you didn't write that you had this experience at Chili's?
I believe that was more than 5 years ago.
5 years? My math says 2010. So where did you work? When did you work at Chili's as a
I worked
bartender?
at Chili's during from 2012, I think, through.
Okay, so am I wrong in my math?
No, I was under the impression it was more than 5 years ago.
Well, it's not. I mean,
I didn't prepare.
what's Adams Farm Market?
That's I worked there
That's
for
a-
a bakery for
It's a
food.
fresh
too.
food,
Okay.
like a Fairway.
Right, but you were working at Chili's at the same time.
Yes.
I mean, my biggest concern is I don't know that do we have a copy of that lease? I mean, this is the city of Newburgh. The entire area is not worth $8,000 a month. That's what my concern is.
Wow, I wouldn't say that.
But he just did.
There's been a lot of, police department there.
Well,
has
that's
had
why,
lot
yeah,
of
they have a
issues
lot of issues.
with these kind of establishments that are very big. It seems like you say a little bit, you only know about the restaurant part. Have you been there at the non-restaurant part of the evening when they're open for a club?
There's somebody in the back coming forward.
We open at 7, but I'm planning on summer to open earlier, 3 p.m. to 3:45, 3:30.
And then what time are you going to close?
Huh?
What time will you close?
3:30, 3:45.
I know they put 4 a.m., but the previous place, were you ever there at 2 a.m., 1 a.m.,
No.
midnight?
No.
So you know nothing about what happened after? You just know it as a restaurant?
Yes, and I want to open and focus on the restaurant.
Well, then you shouldn't be open till 4 a.m. If you
No, I'm-
will you?
Patron dancing.
Yeah, and there's dancing and you checked here that there will be dancing and live music and DJs.
Like,
That's
it's
not.
a jukebox.
I'm sorry. You have DJ, right?
No, jukebox. I want to do jukebox.
It also
Only a jukebox?
Sure, I wanna-
But you put DJ here.
I want to have DJs, but I'm doing jukebox now.
But you're gonna have dancing.
Yes.
Okay. Are you clear on what you're going to be doing here, or is it just kind of like as you go, let's figure it out?
I'm clear.
Are you going to have security?
Yes.
And you have no other money but the $13,000 that you borrowed from your friend?
At the same time, I borrowed the money. I was working at Saks. That was like helping my personal spending, but for the business, it's a bar that is already there. I don't really have to spend a lot of money on it.
Well, you do because you have $8,000 a month in rent.
But I'm saying on investing money.
And the food isn't free and the
security isn't free, DJ isn't free.
There was no security deposit. Oh, you meant security guards.
Oh, no security deposit? What kind of a lease is this?
Right now, I'm doing it with my family.
I'm sorry?
Right now, I'm doing it with my family.
Doing
They
what
are-
with your family?
My mom and my sister and my brother-in-law.
living with them.
Oh, you're living with them.
I live with them, and they're helping me on the business. They have their other job on the side, and we actually working as a family into it.
Do you have a cook, a chef?
Okay.
Who's the other person that was here?
I don't know. This
Did he want to speak? He was walking up.
I want to say,
Please come to the mic and
my
put your.
cousin is the landlord.
Please come to the mic. Put your name on the record.
My name is Sukhbir Singh. My cousin is the landlord.
Why are you here?
I'm here to support her.
Or so are you
And-
friends with her?
Yes, I'm friends with her, yes.
So was your cousin involved in the last place?
No, he wasn't never involved. He just purchased his property last year. He purchased it from a bank. And actually, my cousin evicted the guy out too, previous guy.
said he just bought the property? He indicated
Yes.
he's owned it for 3 years.
No. The property was purchased,
That's what the landlord indicated, that's from your.
Okay, that's enough.
Look, there's too many discrepancies here. I mean, given the history of this location, and everything that's going on, and I'm not convinced that the applicant will be able to handle what's going to happen here if you continue the same kind of operation that brought about all of the issues that came about it previously and why it was canceled. There's a lot of violations. There was altercations, assault. I mean, there was a lot of very serious issues that you have no knowledge about the history. There's discrepancy between how long this building's been owned. The financials are kind of unclear on how you would support to operate a business like this. So I can't vote to approve this. I vote to deny.
I can't vote, I vote to deny as well. The previous, the location when it was previously licensed was a focal point of police activity. I know because I live in the area how undermanned the Newburgh Police Department is, given the lack of resources and the fact that they had to spend time at a location like this, and it really jeopardized other people. And the other thing is, it appears that you're trying to open something that was similarly operating there already, and it was unsuccessful because they weren't able to control it. You want a DJ jukebox with dancing, and it seems like it's just going to be another club. I'm not saying that you're a bad applicant for a license. I just think this place and this type of license is really not something that you want, and I certainly don't believe that we should be giving it to you. So based on what happened there last time, I'm going to deny.
$9.54, Stanley first.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you going to operate all year round or just during the summer?
We're going to start seasonally, which means the main focus is between Passover and after the high holidays, because then there's a tremendous influx of Jewish customers that approximately, even though Sullivan County doesn't have such a strong population, but believe it or not, in between Passover and the high holidays, it increases another 200,000 people.
So you're talking of opening between pretty much March and September, that's it?
Initially. If it's successful and we have local people that all year round, there are people now staying there year round, but I don't know if that would be able to support a business year round. But definitely from around March or March, April, it goes further now. It goes as October, and that ends the Jewish holidays of Sukkot. It's very, very, very. There's a tremendous concentration of religious Jewish people that need a place to purchase wine for sacramental purposes.
How big
for
will
holidays.
the space be?
Excuse me?
How big is the space?
The space is 800 on the first floor and storage of approximately another 300-400 feet.
You're going to do 100% kosher wine?
No. Wines will be 100% kosher. The liquors and spirits, they are much more flexible. They don't have to, they'll be kosher, but they don't need any special supervision.
They're mostly kosher already.
But the wines that we will be selling will be kosher supervision wine.
And do you plan on living up there while this operates, or are you commuting from Brooklyn?
Correct. The building that we have, when you write it's a multi-dwelling, it's basically a store underneath and a owner-occupied dwelling on top. And it'll be designed that we could live there. I am there currently very much involved because I own properties upstate in that area. I have a development which I developed up there. And I know the people, I know the market. I'm near the kosher supermarket. I'm near kosher takeouts. It's a very lucrative area, and I think it's a very good idea for a wine and liquor store.
Because the Walmart there up in Monticello has the largest kosher section that you're going to see
The
almost
Walmart is
anywhere.
approximately a half-hour drive from Swan Lake. There is a
You're closer to Liberty, right?
I'm closer to Liberty, and there's no kosher wine stores in that area. I believe there's no protest or opposition. I don't think anybody, I won't be affecting anybody's kosher wine sales or even regular sales. It's a new idea that nobody really thought of before.
All right. Based on the points made, especially the seasonal influx of people who will be in this area looking for kosher wines and kosher liquors.
If I could say something, right now the people are bringing their wines and liquors from different locations. If they would be getting it.
You're ahead of the game right now.
You're ahead.
Okay.
Don't announce it to the world. Don't give them away your ideas.
Thank you.
And I lost my train of thought, but the basic point is that the closest store is 4.5 miles away, and they've had increasing sales as well, and I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. On those grounds, also, I want to put a stipulation when he's closed, you need to put the license in safekeeping. Do you understand what that is? You have to give us your license when you're shut. Okay.
You've been very eloquent also. Thank you.
We're eloquent. You're approved. Thank you.
969 and 970. Peticiones Latinas. What is this? Mr.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Chairman.
What number was that?
960.
9 and 970.
So I have cancel and bond.
As do I. So.
Yeah. That's what.
That's our counter.
Yeah, that's what we had spoken to Ms. Marsico about cancellation and bond.
You okay with it?
The licensee was supposed to appear. We talked about the food or the kitchen. Did we get?
Oh, you are okay with it?
Yes.
All right, then we're good.
Okay, thank you.
You're gonna
Cancel and
accept it?
bond.
And there was also another,
Another charge?
Other?
yeah, that's why I did.
You can just make it all cancel and bond.
Oh, you mean on that?
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh,
Is there another one?
Counsel's office on that one.
I can't believe it.
You look at it.
I can't believe I'm telling you that entire street.
Pleading that just went out on 418, case 111936. Is that what you're looking at?
11936, yes.
Yeah. We're including that?
Let me just go through the
You
referrals
wanna
to see
take
if
a-
anybody
At
died.
least let them know what it was.
Yes. Hold on. We have another notice of pleading that just went out against the location based on police referrals.
But they'll all get canceled for the record, right? when
I
they
just
come
want to
out?
make sure nobody,
Well, no, I just,
that
I
it's
can
not supposed to
include
be
it
a
now if you'd like.
revocation.
Oh, that's fine.
Be done with it.
All right.
No, there's no ruling yet.
Do you guys want to, you're good with that? Or do you want
Yes,
more
yeah, if there's any other charges, they'll be included and canceled
It
for the
was
record.
failing to maintain a security guard.
I'll add it and include it and something along those lines.
You can do it on the ride home.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh, you guys are staying? Oh, good for you.
9:59, SMS Wine and Spirits.
I think I'm getting hurt that you just, I stay the night before and you stay the night after.
I'm sorry, what number?
9:59.
Mondays aren't our best day.
9:59.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of SMS Wine and Spirits. I have with me two of the principals, Marissa Tai and Jeanette Lee. This is an application for a new liquor and wine store in Brooklyn. The exact premise here had been licensed previously, excuse me, since 2010. The license was either surrendered or
Abandoned.
maybe abandoned, January of 2016. This was a liquor store that, as you can see from the map, is in a very unique spot. This is on really Gold and Flatbush, right towards the entrance of the Manhattan Bridge, downtown
Your
Brooklyn.
clients all live in the building?
They all live in the building. So what's a better?
That I did not know.
What's a better testament to public convenience and advantage than 3 people who live in the building?
Do they own the building?
Who?
No, we don't own the building.
Do you own the building? No, you
No,
just
we
live there.
own the units that we live in.
Oh, it's like condos or something, co-ops?
So what better testament is there to public convenience and advantage than 3 women who lived in the building who realized that they actually have nowhere to go to get wine and spirits anymore based on their specific location. As you'll see, there are other places nearby, doing pretty well in terms of sales, increasing sales. But if you look at the map, and I don't know if you're familiar with the area at all, it's really difficult to walk to any of these other locations, and they're all considered different neighborhoods of Brooklyn. So where this specific store is located, there are 3 or 4 brand-new residential buildings right there. Then you're a couple blocks from, traveling towards Fort Greene, where there are more new residential buildings. You have 2 brand-new hotels that have opened up.
I'm sorry to
within a
interrupt. So
block or two. Sure.
if your clients live in the building, do you know why the previous store closed out?
We have no idea.
Did you used to shop there?
So I think the point here really is, although there are places nearby, none of them are significantly close. The actual real-life walking distance is significantly further than the as the crow flies distance. And these 3 women have a great handle on the neighborhood as they all live in the actual building where this location is. And the space has been licensed previously as a liquor store, just having that license abandoned a few months back.
And you, Ms. Lee, you run a restaurant now? How close is that?
It's right next door to the wine store.
Oh,
okay.
You mean the same building?
Same building, yes.
Right there, and
How
there's been
convenient.
2 or 3 other
We could all
restaurants.
just roll out of bed and make a living.
There are 2 or 3 other restaurants that have opened right there. I personally live very close to this neighborhood, so I can personally attest to the fact that this area.
What's the name of the restaurant?
Jun Sakudo. It's DBA as Jun Sakudo. and-
Jusaputo?
Okay.
So she's been a current licensee for a while as
Does that
well
have
with a good history.
No.
No?
It's Nikai.
Nikai,
That's
yeah.
right, yeah, no
Oh,
worries.
okay, all right. Given that there was a store there previously, and one of the applicants has a clean history with the SLA, with a restaurant, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. It's replacing a former store that just closed in January of this year. One of the principals has a license and has a completely clean record during the course of that, so I'll vote to approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is that it?
No, I've got 2 more. I believe they're kind of together.
Oh,
It's
I know the two.
1001 and 1002.
Oh, this one.
1001
and 1000.
This is Dykeman Liquor and 207 and Nagel Avenue. I believe they're outside, though, in the hallway. Thank you.
We're at reconsideration.
There was some-
I think they think that we misunderstood, and I don't think we did misunderstand.
I know.
It was meant to be.
I know.
There was some supplemental material I received Monday for
right.
this gentleman's character. I think it's, how great he is in the community.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay.
You send him for who? You got the number? No, I'll find it. Is it disciplinary or licensing?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman, Commissioner Kim.
We're asking for the opportunity to be heard on the global offer.
Okay, I don't know if there was a confusion. All I know is I had cancel and bond for both, so
We did, I don't know what the tape showed, but we knew they were related. So I think there wasn't a confusion. You're welcome to try to convince us otherwise, but.
Perhaps we were confused and we entered into the conditional no contest plea being confused. It was our understanding that it was a package deal, and it would be, as I put it in my request for reconsideration, that it would be accepted or rejected as one.
And I think, oh, we canceled, I see what
Yeah,
you're saying.
that was the understanding.
We canceled
Counsel's
one.
office was putting it forward as a package. The members rejected that package. though.
We didn't do anything but send back a counteroffer of cancel and bond on both. Counsel's office makes deals, and the large majority of the time we agree with them, but we don't always agree with them.
Oh, no, it was my understanding that you canceled my clients and you canceled both.
No, they were
But there was no counter. My offer was cancellation.
Oh, so
and you
we did
accepted
okay,
mine.
you're right. We probably did accept that one, yes.
Yes,
okay.
so-
But we understood they were together. Okay.
All right, so that's where the misunderstanding is.
So I will, I will reconsider that portion,
Can,
because it is a package deal.
To give us the opportunity to be heard on
Yes,
the penalty, we
yes.
had asked to be.
So I'll reconsider that, because I do realize that cancellation was contingent upon us taking the 50,000 on the other one.
Yes.
Which we did not do.
Okay, I'll reconsider that.
All right,
And
thank
if
you.
and if you do send them, if you counteroffer and it's not accepted and they go back to counsel's office, these stores continue to operate the whole time. But you can be heard.
Okay.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
represent Dykeman Liquors.
Okay.
As a threshold matter, first and foremost, my client is so sorry. He has such remorse. He regrets everything that he did. He feels like he humiliated his family. He embarrassed himself in the community, and he feels ashamed. And he's with great remorse. And I really want to convey that to the board. He's very upset over it. At the time this happened, when both the violations happened, his wife had filed for divorce. He was under tremendous stress. It was an emotional time for him. He had been hospitalized several times. He wasn't focused, and his decisions were poor. We did offer a substantial offer of $50,000 because he really needs to stay in business. He's been part of the Washington Heights community for 40 years. He was a resident there for a very long time. He had a grocery store there for 20 years. He's had the liquor store for over 30 years. He's a good person. He cares about the community. He gives to the community. When he had the grocery store, he would give diapers and milk to people who were in need when they didn't have money. He collects toys for tots every year with the area, the community, the Lions Club. He bought a piano to give to the church so the kids could play music. He collects every year. He collects food and medical supplies and clothing, and he sends it to Haiti and the Dominican Republic. The assemblyman from the area has written on his behalf. The priest from the area who received the piano has written on his behalf. Other people in the community, the governor of the Lions Club has written in his behalf what a good person he is and how much he's given to the community. There are people here to speak on his behalf if the board is so inclined to hear them, and we'd like that opportunity. And I'd also ask the board to consider that my client is 69 years old. This is his livelihood. This is how he lives, and this is going to be the source of his retirement. Like in a few years, he wants to be able to sell it, and that's the sole means of money for him to live in retirement. I mean, to cancel his license will absolutely financially kill him, devastate him, and he's not really at a time in life where he can rebuild his life. And we're asking, please reconsider, please have a little bit of mercy. And we did offer a substantial penalty of $50,000. He's going to take a second mortgage on his house to pay the $50,000. That's how much he needs to stay in business. He wants to stay in business. He's so sorry. And please accept the offer. He knows that next time, that's it.
I'm just going to take a minute and talk to council.
Just by yourself?
No, everybody.
Huh? Oh.
I'm ready. I was waiting for a response because I'm Yeah, yes, that was helpful. I'll tell you what, when, read.
All right, I got that.
Okay. Hanging on by a thread sometimes, I think. No, this is just my I need to go, and I need to finish the one by getting this on the calendar because the day passes.
Then I could play the rebel.
Did I miss anything? You want me to say anything else?
No, nothing.
Okay.
He agreed to, to accept it as one. Because I don't think.
I'll ask, sir, what is your relation with Hamlet Peralta? Your relationship with Hamlet Peralta?
With me?
No, with Peralta, Mr. Peralta.
With the what? Con Hamid. La relación con Hamid.
We have a communication problem, but you know him.
Okay. Well, I know him when you go to the shows, the liquor stores, in Christmas time, and there you got a restaurant. It's normal. I am in the neighborhood for years. But I only got a relation and business with him.
You told us that you've known him for 40 years?
Yeah, I am Dykeman Street from 1973 when I came from Spain. I started with the supermarket to 1995. I put a liquor store next to the supermarket in 1985, I believe. And my wife is there, and me in the supermarket.
I don't think he understood the question.
Oh.
He actually cooperated with authorities.
Yes.
He went down, and no charges were filed against him, and he cooperated.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's quite a gap in the communication.
At this point, you know, my client, the son of the Fiesta of Dykeman Street, is doing this strictly to protect his father. He's willing to go from cancellation to revocation because he's getting out of the business and show his good faith. If that will help the authority in accepting the package.
I mean, I had requested the council's office investigate his sister as well. There's a store that his sister owns, 125th Street Liquors.
No, that's not us.
That's not you?
No, my sisters aren't in the liquor industry at all.
Do you know about 125th Street Liquors?
No.
I think that they were purchasing for Mr. Peralta as well.
Oh. Got it.
I think that, I mean, reading the articles in the paper, I think 125th Street is Mr. Peralta's sister.
Got it. Okay.
Which is the Bible.
All right. Look, so we'll take the revocation. We'll take the revocation. I have a slight counter on the 50,000. Instead of canceling, we'll accept 50,000, but add a 2-week suspension on top. And
Will you defer the suspension?
To when?
It was a mechanism
Years ago.
prior to.
Say that.
I'm showing my age.
For a year,
And if no other incidents.
if no other violations.
Like an ACD.
No, I mean, because the point is to try to take more money from him, which we know he can't, that we can't. So I think this is the only way we're thinking we can.
If he could get more money, they don't buy days anymore.
But Mr. Parisi, you don't represent him. Ms. Healy represents him.
Okay, but it was a global offer, and we did negotiate
okay,
together.
so what's
and-
what do you want to count? You want to give more money instead of being closed
Well,
for 2
if
weeks?
he's closed for 2 weeks, it'll put him out of business. I mean, essentially, when somebody's closed for that long, you're out of business. So he would lose the business anyway. And so we thought if we gave more from the son's part and took the revocation, he'll bring the license in. Well, you speak next week. I mean,
We've been
tomorrow.
co-counsel on this, and it's been a joint effort.
Okay, so the revocation I took. Now I'm talking about not canceling the other one, and taking the 50,000. But if you can't give me 2 weeks suspension, then what can you give me?
Let's see how much more he can borrow from his, what the authority want in lieu of the 2 weeks.
The number he came up with, you're not going to get. So
and I won't ask for that. So I mean, I won't ask for. I was thinking initially. Well, anyway, what I think I'll accept something like 75,000.
Can you take the mortgage for 70?
He can do 75,000 or one week suspension.
Or 1 week.
Or 1 week. So you can either pay the 25,000 extra on top of the 50 you've offered, or give us a week, or 7 days.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, in fact, you go outside and we'll run through other cases.
Recall you. Take your time.
923, Hulk Handy. Yep, there you go.
Timothy Allenwick for the licensee. I believe this fell through the cracks in my office. We had the pleading, we didn't answer. I saw it on the calendar today. I believe it's their first violation in 7 years that they've had the license, and it's
5
untaxed cigarettes.
5 years.
5 years?
I mean, it's usually 3,500. So.
Could you do 3?
No, I think we'll do 3,500.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do 3,500 too. The reason being that the state tax department is taking quite a interest in these cigarette cases, and they've asked us to take quite an interest in them, so we're going to. So 3,500.
Thank you.
Thank you.
960 Rome Street Food and Drink.
960. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Waiting for your guy.
So we can just go in the normal order.
What is, are they waiting for something over there?
They're with the other people,
Oh,
I believe.
So let's start ringing them up.
all right.
Okay,
Let's go.
902.
All right, I have a counter of,
I'm sending this actually back to counsel's office because the memo doesn't address all of the charges. It only actually addresses one of the charges and doesn't provide you with the rest of the information.
Okay.
But you can tell me what your counter would have been because I do think it is low as well.
yeah, it would have been 8,000.
I had 10, so we'll go with 8.
Well, but it's
No,
going
it's going back to
That's
counsel's
the
office.
hypothetical.
Yeah.
Yes.
903.
4,500 accept.
Accept.
CMB accept.
Accept.
3,500 accept.
Accept.
250.
250.
907.
Cancel and bond. Is there a bond? Oh, cancel.
Cancel for the record.
908.
7,500 accept.
Accept.
3,500 accept.
Accept.
910.
Complaint initiative. Oh, so we were kind of, sale for resale?
Yeah.
Council, I mean, because this came from a complaint. You're not going to
Shouldn't
see.
see any more of these.
So this is a letter of warning.
All right, letter of warning.
$911.
2,000 accept. Because they were licensed
It's-
for
yeah, since
25 years.
1991.
And no.
Okay, accept.
So, I guess the same thing with letter of warning.
Letter of warning, yeah.
But I'm curious, though, those restaurants, though, that are supposedly buying, are we investigating them?
Do you want to take a?
No.
No, we can talk about, all right, keep going.
913.
So the offer was 2,500, which I thought was low. This history is, this licensee is assaulting customers twice.
And the other problem I had was he denies the charges but wants the CNC.
Can I add that in order to prosecute this, we would need the victims to
All right, okay.
testify?
No, I understand that, but
All right. I'll accept the
accept.
offer.
We all
2,500.
think it's poor behavior. Yes.
914.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
2,000 accept.
Accept.
916.
Dismiss charge 1, and then charge 2, 2,500.
2,500.
917.
See, this one, I had an issue with this because I could understand dismissing count 1, but count 2 should be sustained.
Well, the ALJ also didn't, cite to the fact that the statute does have a rebuttable presumption when fake IDs are used, and then there's a burden shifting. Didn't apply any of that analysis in her decision or cite to even the
Right.
rebuttable presumption. She just sort of goes off making a ruling without citing to the statute.
So,
Do you want alternate findings for charge number 2?
That's up to me.
yes, please.
Okay.
918, I have a request to adjourn.
Okay.
So let's do
510? Oh, right.
Is that when we're here again?
Yes.
Wow.
19.
Feels like a vacation.
Dismiss.
Yeah, I'll dismiss. That was a
920.
Letter of warning accept.
accept.
921.
Dismiss charge 2 as to charge 1, 10,000.
10,000.
922.
3,500.
3,500.
CMB accept.
Accept.
926.
10,000. So they had 1, 2, 3.
I had cancel and bound. It's the fourth.
Yeah, but I think the 1, 2, 3 all came at once.
That was probably a nuisance abatement.
It was a nuisance abatement, which
Okay.
is why I gave them
So
the.
what do you
But
give them?
otherwise, 10,000.
10,000, Jackie.
Do you want to ask the members to be clear? It was
75.
It was 75,000. or 50,000 in 1 week suspension.
So 75,000, no close.
No close.
That's what we understand.
Okay.
Sorry, 927.
750 accept.
Accept.
500.
500.
929 to 933, a request to adjourn. Next one.
And I have a question, Jackie.
Yeah, we talked.
Oh, we did about this one, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you did, okay, right. Okay.
934.
34, cancel.
Cancel.
And bond? Is there a bond? Okay, cancel bond.
Cancel bond.
Cancel bond.
Cancel and bond.
I just want to say on 934.5, again, that first one was probably a nuisance abatement.
I think you're right, actually. I think I might have missed that.
Which,
Yes. Oh, but then the difference was, the other one had like, 4 going on. I mean,
your discretion,
yeah,
just
yeah.
pointing it out.
Yeah, no, it was
And
close.
it is a default.
Right. That's why I think I made the distinction, because there were 4 over a long period of time, and once they found it, and then a couple of days later they did it, or a year later.
Yeah,
they did it.
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
937.
5,000 accept.
Accept.
938.
3,500 accept.
Accept.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel.
Oh, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Okay.
940.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
15 days forthwith suspension plus 2,500 accept.
Accept.
3,500 accept.
Accept.
2,000 accept.
945.
Accept.
I had 5,000 counter, but I'll take 4,000.
4,000. Not a good start for them.
Nope.
946.
Cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
953.
Cancel and bond.
Can we bond?
Is there bond? Yes.
Okay.
Bond.
Maybe. If it's not there,
Yep.
I'll put a question mark. 962.
250 accept.
962 is a no contest.
Which one? 960.
Yeah, I got 962. I got 8,000.
This one was kind of odd. That
960 is the license that Mr. Levy's bringing in.
962 is odd in the sense that the licensee says in his letter that the clerk is going to be responsible for the penalty.
Yeah, how about that?
I think they fired him and then.
Yeah, they signed an affidavit.
All right.
I don't think it's enforceable, but
8,000.
Terminated and it will now be.
8,000. I have 8,000 as well.
That's fine.
965.
250 accept.
Accept.
966.
Actually, we asked to bring them in, so 510.
And she has some of this.
Yeah, last adjournment.
Last. Okay. 510. Do we want to go to the
Yeah, sure.
Nah, let's just keep going.
60 Broom Street food?
There we go.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, Broom Street Food and Drink LLC. I have with me one of the principals and the chef, Joe Isidori. This is an application for a new on-premise liquor license at 529 Broom Street. This applicant company and applicant individuals have another license that is the upstairs space. So the way this particular address is on the corner of, or right on towards the corner of Broom Street, is there's no actual walk-in point from the street level, from the actual sidewalk. You have a couple stairs up into one space, a couple stairs down into another. The lease originally was signed for both spaces. There was going to be no way initially to connect both spaces, or we would have had both spaces in one application. The downstairs space was not going to be able to get a letter of no objection right away, so we opted to just utilize the space upstairs, which could get a letter of no objection, and Joe and his team opened Black Tap. It's become a wildly successful restaurant. but it really is a very small space. It's really just a place to go and grab a burger, grab fries, grab a beer, and get out of there. It's a very tiny space, doesn't house a lot of people. They have a beer and wine license, and they've been operating for a year and a half?
14 months, yeah.
14 months with the beer and wine license, no incidents there. Joe's also a chef at another restaurant in the community as well. And here we have an opportunity to, now the downstairs had an opportunity to be renovated. We had a chance to get the letter of no objection for the downstairs space. We went back to the community board and said, you know, we've got such a great reception from the community and from people for the restaurant we have upstairs, but the space just isn't big enough. So there's no way to combine the spaces and just do a simple alteration, but it kind of lended itself nicely to having a bit of an expanded concept downstairs. So it's the same ownership, same concept, same name. The only difference being that the downstairs space, which is bigger and can accommodate more people, could be more of a traditional restaurant setting where you have tables, where you have chairs, where you can have an expanded menu, and to go along with that, he wanted to have an expanded drink menu. So the people are the same, the owner's the same, the company's the same. It's just sort of an expanded concept. So you have like your little to-go upstairs, you have your more sit-down friendly environment downstairs. The community board was not really interested in negotiating with us here. They said that although he's been a good operator in the community and he runs a nice place, this particular area had not been licensed previously, and they weren't interested in another license on the block. I don't know if you're familiar with this particular block and where it intersects the avenue. It's a bit of a no man's land over there. And you have just a couple storefronts. The place that was downstairs previously had gone out of business and nothing had replaced it. It was a dog grooming place, I believe. So at this point, we've got our letter of no objection for downstairs. Space has been, you know, built out mostly and outfitted, and what we're looking for is an on-premise liquor license for downstairs with the hours that you see there, with midnight on Sunday, I'm sorry, 11 p.m. on Sunday, 12 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. Again, this is a restaurant concept. You can see the menu. People are calling for reservations like crazy for upstairs, but again, it's a tiny space. They can't accommodate it. This lower level space would give them the ability to actually take proper reservations, seat about 40 people, and really kind of grow their restaurant concept. And it should also be known for the record that Joe has had a liquor license on a few different occasions with the New York State Liquor Authority, never had any incidents, always a clean record, you know, a real chef by trade with a reputation, not just, you know, some guy who thought it'd be fun to open a restaurant. And also, as we disclosed in our application, the community board contended that there was a church nearby within 200 feet, but that's just not true. We did a
No, our investigator went out, and
What
the
are your
school
hours?
and the church are not within 200 feet.
What are your hours now upstairs?
Hours upstairs?
We run until about 11 o'clock on the weekdays, and then midnight on the weekends. I mean, the restaurant has got people in it until midnight every night, but like those are our hours when we cut it off by the time people leave, you know.
What? By the time they leave, what is it?
By the time they're done, like in the weekdays, we'll sit the last people around 11 o'clock or so, and by the time they're gone, it's around midnight or so. So 12 to 12, we've always got people in the doors in that in-house.
You're going to be running this full-time, or you're still going to be the chef where you are?
Black Tap has become my full-time job.
I mean, being a 500-foot case, I just don't see it at this time. There's 12 OPs and 8 beer and wine licenses within 500 feet, and another 10 within 750 feet. I mean, I commend you for running a good operation and being successful and drawing a lot of people to the particular type of fare that you're offering. But Just think given the 500-foot case here, I'm not inclined to approve.
Well, I mean, if I could, I mean, as far as public benefit goes, there's a line out the door of this place every single night that can be 10 people deep, can be 50 people deep, can be 100 people deep. Having this extra space is actually going to serve, that convenience and advantage of the neighborhood by being able to serve his customers, and his customers largely come from the community. We did a ton of outreach with the community. We got a ton of signatures of support. We reached out to all the block associations, and the block associations either weren't interested in commenting or were supportive. This is a community board that you guys see up at this meeting every single time there's a matter on that they oppose. You don't see anyone here today, and I think that does speak volumes to the fact that the opposition here isn't really that significant. And where this is, right near 6th Avenue, you don't have a lot there. Yes, you do have a 500-foot case triggered really from further into the village, but over here on 6th Avenue, you have the entrance to the tunnel, you have a bunch of subway stations, and this is a place that is not disturbing the quality of life of anyone here. You have a bunch of commercial units, you have...
Don't you have apartments over?
There are apartments over it, but directly above the application we're talking about is the other restaurant. And then directly above that, are there apartments above that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, this isn't also a massive building, but they've been operating for 14 months with no comments, no issues whatsoever. And we're talking about going into a space where there's going to be a considerable buffer right above it. And, this has been...
Doubling the size, I mean, I think, no.
Well, I think anyone from the community would certainly argue that having people inside is better than having them standing outside.
Right, but it doesn't always work that now that you have extra space, you're not going to have more people even come, right? Because if the place is bigger, you can actually draw larger crowds as well. So it's not a one-to-one. We just need a place to put these people
I don't think that's
online.
entirely accurate, because having a proper restaurant with more seating affords you the ability to do more when it comes to reservations, whether it's a text reservation system or something like that, and that should help, because the upstairs place, it's a burger bar. You have a bar, you have, how many seats?
15.
15 seats. So, there's a line of people waiting for one of those seats to open up as
Are you
opposed to
going to
making a
take
reservation.
reservations in the restaurant?
We're hoping to. That's the whole game plan.
That's the idea.
We're too small to do it now. We are going to take a certain amount of reservations as best we can, but we're trying to expand so we can come up with new processes to help cater to the people that are coming. It's kind of unhospitable right now just to have them waiting outside. We're trying our best to handle it.
So what was in your restaurant before you opened it?
Dog grooming store.
So it was
No, the restaurant that you're in right now, that was a dog groomer as well?
It's a dog groomer both upstairs and
Yeah,
downstairs.
he had both. He did his grooming and his kennel downstairs, and his retail store was
Did the community board object to your upstairs when you opened?
No.
Was that because it was an RW?
I honestly don't know, but there was no objection for the
There was no
argument.
objection?
And look, I think what we're doing is we're helping someone who's proven to be a good commodity in this neighborhood be better. And I don't think there's going to be a serious impact on the neighborhood. And where this particular space is situated,
Well,
there's not.
I'm definitely against an OP. I could consider an RW as you have now. If it's expanding your business model and you're wildly successful as is, I don't necessarily think, given the 500-foot case and given the community board opposition, that an OP is appropriate at this time anyway. Those are my thoughts, but.
What the interesting thing is that in this community board opposition letter, and you guys have a copy, I've seen it, they don't actually talk about this operation necessarily. It's sort of the boilerplate, hey, there's too many licenses here. There was not a single person that showed up at that community board meeting to object, not one. We contacted every block association, every neighborhood group, and we either heard no comment or sure, great, no problem, as long as it's a restaurant and it's going to close with the hours you said. So,
Well,
yes,
that's the other thing. You're asking for longer hours than upstairs?
Correct. The idea downstairs.
I'm not for that either. I would stay with the same hours and an RW possibly. Chairman, what do you think?
I'd go with that.
Yeah, I think that would be, given your argument that they didn't specifically oppose
back later. Always go back later.
When you did open though, you did say you would only use the 600 square feet first floor, and the basement would only be used for storage.
Correct. We had a conversation at that time, and we said that we couldn't get the LNO for downstairs right now, so there's going to be no patron use downstairs, and hopefully in the future we can get it, and we can do that.
So you told them that you had plans to hopefully get to the...
Well, we told them we signed a lease for both spaces, but we can't get the letter of no objection for downstairs, so now we're talking about an application for upstairs, because that's one that we can get and we can actually open.
Right, so you're telling me that at that time you told them that they would, if you could get it, you would open downstairs as well?
I mean, I don't remember exactly the conversation, but we certainly didn't stipulate to the fact that we wouldn't do anything downstairs, because the original plan was for both if we could get it. As far as doing an RW instead of an OP here,
well, you have an RW now and it's successful. And
sure.
I think it's,
would you consider an RW for the hours that we're requesting here, given the fact that this is
I
going
think
to
at this
be?
time, I think, look, we're licensing another premise that hasn't been licensed previously, and that's another concern that the community board has, but that's outweighed in this particular case by the history and also the type of food and restaurant that you're running, which I'm sure, might be why you haven't had the objection that some other applications may have. And so while they do unanimously deny the OP, I think the model that you have and the food that you have, we also want to encourage good operators to be able to grow their business when it's doing well. So I think that's why, for me, it seems reasonable to say RW, same hours.
I would just offer one more thing. The other restaurant that Mr. Isidori is a chef at is right next door to this operation, and they have a 4 a.m. liquor license.
Okay, so
and
we
they've
don't
had
wanna
one
add
there
any more.
for quite some time. Well, the point is they have had one. They've had one for quite some time, and you're not getting complaints from neighbors about that.
Right, but if
At
you
all?
double the space, or I don't know how big that space is, but if you add to it.
Yeah, I mean it's much larger and it's in control.
That's as far as, I haven't even said I would go that far. I mean, I'm saying I'm willing to consider going
Sure.
that far. I wanted to hear from,
No, I'll go that, you don't want to hear what I have to say, so you might as well stick with what you have.
well, that's what I would vote for, and that only. Otherwise, I'd have to deny.
Okay. So, actually, I actually think you had later hours than that.
You want to go check?
Yeah, I mean, that might be what he's operating at now. I believe we actually
Well, that's what the community board had in their stip too, in their resolution.
Yeah.
They said you'd no later than 10 p.m. on Sundays, 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and no later than midnight on Fridays and Saturdays.
Yeah, let's see.
Is that right?
It was midnight or 1 a.m.
He has 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he has on his license?
on his
Yep.
current license, yes.
I'm good with that.
All right, well, I'll stick to my word. I'll give you what you have now on RW.
Okay.
So we'll convert to an RW.
Yes.
And with the same hours.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good luck on the expansion.
We'll get a refund. The process is an overpayment.
Okay, no.
I let her recall it.
Recalling 1001 and 1002, which is 207 and Maple Ave in Dyckman Liquors.
$75,000, please.
Okay.
So cancel and bond and 75,000 for revocation, I'm sorry, and
Bond, right,
and
revocation and
for
bond and
Fiesta and
75,000.
75,000 for the other one.
The offers are verbally accepted.
Yes.
Right, it's
Yes.
over with.
Over with,
Thank you.
yes.
Mhm.
You look like you're relieved.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we had no others signed in?
Nope.
Nope, they're all together. Okay, 971.
500,
500,
972.
4,500.
4,500.
974.
Okay, like no food. Did they fix that?
We'll give them
Yeah,
a
that's,
warning.
they have to be a restaurant.
Yeah, they have to be a restaurant.
You'd
have to bring them in since.
All right, bring them in, please.
5:10.
510. 975.
250.
250.
976.
Okay, charges not sustained, dismiss.
Dismiss.
977.
250. 250. Yeah.
250.
These bargains. 980.
6,000, accept.
Accept.
981.
6,500, accept.
Accept.
82.
Letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
983.
So this, they didn't come for this? All right, police was against it.
Yeah, I have no.
Yeah, the applicant had applied previously and was denied, bad history. I vote no.
I vote no on the same grounds. The PD strongly objects. Applicant filed for this location previously and we denied.
Okay. Gotcha. No, just that attached letter. 985.
1,000, accept.
Accept.
986.
6,500, accept.
Accept.
987.
1,500, I accepted it.
I accept too, but can we send that Noel back in there again?
No.
988 and 89.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that was on 987.
That was 987.
Cancellation, accept.
Accept.
990, 99, and 1,000.
I had 15,000.
15,000 counter.
Well, hold on, before you counter, because the first case is here now because you had countered on that case, and you're.
Oh, yeah, we counted on that at 7,500, then this is all.
During that process, they rack up 2 other
Oh,
cases.
so it's just
So
a
if you
ladder pack?
counter- You still can counter on this
Right.
offer for 3 cases, but you're like,
But
So then you can just, so we're taking all 3 for 12,000?
yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll accept.
Accept.
991,
1,000.
1,000.
992.
We're going to not see these workers' comp anymore, right? 1,500?
Get around to it, yes.
Okay, I'm just saying, 1,500.
1,500. No, I'll see them, right?
Oh, you're going to see, I'm going to get you involved in that. Every now and then you got to do
It's just a math thing. 8 months, 1,500. Oh, next one?
993 is
1,500.
1,500.
994. Did renew.
Cancel.
Oh, they did.
They did renew. All right, so 1,500. What is smoking on premise? What do you normally charge? Do we have
That's a local reg.
Just, you don't get it anymore, right? We have 1,500.
1,500.
Just do 500s from now on.
995.
2,000.
2,000.
996.
Wait, on the Sunday thing, is this kind of one of those where?
Oh, was this early morning or brunch? Do we know? Because if it's
say.
brunch, it's going to be less.
Doesn't say.
Let me look up in the case.
Ramona Cespedes.
Also
Oh, it's a deli. It's
probably.
Oh, yeah.
It
there's
is
no
a
brunch
deli.
there.
Yeah, no.
No brunch. All right, 2,000.
2,000.
996.
Cancel.
Did they renew?
Bond.
No.
Cancel and bond.
Yes, cancel
Thank
bond.
you. 997.
3,500 accept.
Accept.
998.
A counter of 6,000.
I actually.
You should speak to your partner.
Yeah, I got a call when this. I'm the one who did this. I got a call from the police that did this, the Ulster County Sheriffs, who sent the guy's ex-girlfriend in.
The guy's ex-girlfriend.
The undercover was the guy's ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
And they felt that they didn't know it at the time, but
I
they
see.
felt it was entrapment.
All right. Accept 1,000.
So 1,000?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the girlfriend never decided. Ex-girlfriend never said, "Oh, that's my ex-boyfriend."
After she came back out.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
So they dismissed their charge against the.
Okay, so should we dismiss?
1,003?
No.
Oh,
it's-
okay.
He still sold it, as Jackie said he did. He still sold it.
1,003. 3,000.
On
3,000.
the record of he still sold it.
104 and 105.
I said.
Mailer didn't want to stay for this?
Didn't sign in for it.
So, the improper conduct on workers' comp. If you're the only employee, if the owner's the only employee, then you don't need workers' comp,
You have to get an attestation
exemption.
of exemption of attestation.
which they never did, I
Right.
assume.
Wait, are we on the right case?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, 6,000?
I just don't want to take the chance that Mr. Maller's going to come back here for reconsideration. I know he didn't sign it in, but this case already went back to counsel's office because they were defaulted and Maller was retained the day of the hearing. You granted reconsideration for it.
Well, I can't give him an adjournment when he hasn't asked for it, though.
That's true. 6,000?
6,000. If he wants it, he wants it.
Charges as
You have to
enumerated,
dismiss some
dismissed?
charges.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
the
yes.
ones dismissed, yes.
That's listed.
Yes.
And everything
charges
else is
as
sustained.
enumerated, dismissed. Everything else is sustained.
1010.
6,000, accept.
Except,
1014.
With 1014, oh, sorry. Why not restore? 1,000, accept.
except,
1015.
3,500, accept.
except,
1016.
3,500, accept.
except,
17.
3,500, accept.
except,
1018.
10,000, counter. It's the third one, and it's also
For
18 and
10,000?
under. Yep, counter with 10.
counter with 10.
1010, I have a request to adjourn from Attorney Flynn.
You mean 1019?
510.
But they just,
510.
even though they offered cancel and bond,
Yes,
adjourn it?
Mr. Flynn asked if he could have his
All right,
items
okay.
adjourned as he's in China.
Oh, great.
1020. Yep, never mind.
Oh, nice. I definitely had a counter. Is either, this doesn't seem like a restaurant.
4 complaints, and
We just
they were all
received-
by Mrs. Miller.
Yes, we just received another email, Chairman, yesterday we did.
About this from her?
She calls Margarita Marcico frequently, too.
And Noel.
Yeah.
So is,
And
look
she
at-
would
let me
not
look
come
for
and
the email.
testify either.
Why?
I do
wouldn't?
not know.
Well, then bring them in,
She
because
said
I
the
want to
day
hear what
before
their,
the hearing, Ms.
I want to
Miller
hear what their
contacted-
version of it is.
yeah,
Yeah, she advised that she would not be testifying.
okay, just bring her in. Bring them in, the licensee.
I mean, it's very difficult, and I hope she's watching this. It's very difficult for me to find these complaints valid, but then, and she'll spend all this time sending emails and complaints, but then won't come in and put her complaints on the record.
Are you adjourning this for Ms. Miller to come in?
No, for the
Okay.
licensees, because we're,
I was going to say, I don't think you have that jurisdiction.
no, I don't.
So you like
Yeah.
the licensee and their representative?
Yes, the licensees to appear.
Got it. 1022A.
3,000, accept, dismiss charge 2, or withdraw charge 2.
Thank you.
I may try to, and we are adjourned.
No,
We are
no, you're
adjourned.
not. Sorry, sorry.
Of delegation.
I am refreshing the delegation of authority for licensing board. Added, geez, move. Added Scott to help out with permits, freshened it up as far as some of the people that don't do renewals anymore. That's been added Larry back in because he'll start with us next week. So that's all the changes. I've added Scott. Yep, nothing's changed there. Mhm.
Okay, I'm good with that. Do I have to sign it?
Yes. We do post these on the web. And I attest there's absolutely no changes to pages 2 and 3 other than the date on the bottom.
Okay.
All right, so it's approved. Thank you.
Yes, approved.
Now I can go? Now we're
Now
done,
we're
Donna.
adjourned.
There you go.
Uh,